চেক হলো। Everyone, please settle down.
Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow enthusiasts of the captivating realm of branding, welcome back. I stand before you with great pleasure to introduce our distinguished author for the evening. His insightful exploration into the intricate world of branding has not only illuminated the path to success, but has also unraveled the secrets behind enduring brands in today's dynamic marketplace.
Mr. Vivek Singh is not just an author, but a seasoned explorer of the essence of brands. Through his thought provoking work, For Brand's Sake, Mr. Singh takes us on a compelling journey to the very heart of branding, drawing the rich tapestry of real life examples and high expertise. He unravels the complexities that surround building and maintaining a brand in our ever evolving business landscape. So, without a further ado, let us welcome the insightful mind behind For Brand's Sake, a visionary in the world of branding, Mr. Vivek Singh. I request Dr. Vivek Pani to welcome Sir with a token of appreciation. It's an honor to have you, sir. To moderate this session, we welcome our brand faculty, Dr. Vivek Pani, to the dais.
Good afternoon, everybody. You know that branding is one of the most critical aspects of businesses today. So, this is a wonderful book that I have been going through since the last 1.5 months. I was just telling him, this is like a textbook. Okay. Instead of the Smith and Zizou book that I've recommended to my students for my marketing communications course, I strongly feel this is more applicable. Instead of all the unnecessary theory, that's what the students keep telling me. This is very insightful. So let's try and understand what actually this book is all about. This is an output of his 16 years of experience in building brands. So let's ask questions and make the most out of this particular session. So without any further delay, my first question to Vivek sir is that, so what prompted you to write this book? You had a stellar career. You were working for you were working for very good brands like Marico, then Freedom. All of these brands have actually carved a niche for themselves. And you were just telling me that you loved your job, right? So you were excited about Mondays. So on the other hand, writing is one of the most tedious, enervating things that one can do. What prompted you to do this actually? And this is your second book, actually. Yeah.
Thanks. First of all, we are audible, right? Yeah. So first of all, lovely campus, lovely people. I should tell you this because I love the vibe of your campus. And when you go back, because I studied from IIM and 16 years back, right? So when you go back to campus, you wish you kind of relive those days. So that's a good part. Uh, how I wrote the book, or rather, why did I write the book, right? What motivated? So I'll be very honest with you. I am kind of not a teacher, but a teacher. So Gyan is in my blood. So it's the way I am. I read a lot of books. I love reading books, and I felt so when you work in branding, right? I'll just give you a context of what I've done in marketing, so you kind of understand what I've been through. So I worked in sales, moved to marketing, worked for 2-3 companies, but the most, I would say, the famous one would be the Freedom brand, which you might have heard. I don't know, depends on if you live in South India or not. But it is currently the number of one brand of sunflower oil in the country. And I was part of the team. We launched the brand from zero. with absolutely the naming of the brand was done with me and my team. And from there, we started the journey from zero to market leadership in a business that's commoditized. And when I was working there, to be honest, with a good education of IIM, you think you would have answers to the questions, but you don't. So whenever I used to get stuck, what do I do with this, right? So I would call up a professor from college and say, what do I do? So they'll give you a framework, right? Okay, this is how I've tried to solve. Or I'll call a friend in ITC or levers because my friends are all over the place. So you call that person and say, what do I do? And you sometimes get the answers, sometimes don't get the answers. And that is the journey. So I had a consultant as well. Like now I am a consultant to brands. I used to have a consultant, a very famous name. If you don't know, you should possibly Google it right after the session, is Mr. A.G. Krishnamurthy. He was the founder of Mica and Mudra, and I worked with him for 6 years, the best years of my life, in terms of that man is there to coach you, and you are the brand manager. So I used to go and keep asking him those questions, and then sometimes, obviously, most of the answers he had, but there are a lot of questions that you cannot get answers to in any book, and I think I can say that boldly, that no book can answer a lot of questions, because they are just not questions that you think of answering in a book. And that's why I wrote this, because these are, in fact, half the book is my diary. Because I used to maintain a diary. I told you, right? Gyani person. So I love writing. So I have written in meetings in business, right? I used to carry a diary and write down, today this happened. This is the mistake we did, or this is a good thing we did, or this is a question I don't know what to do about. Or some advertising guys, so our agency was RK Swami, a very good agency. They'd give a presentation, maybe something interesting. So I'll write it down saying, okay, today this person kind of gave us this presentation. This was quite good, bad, whatever it is, right? So this was the whole thing, right? The questions that I think nobody gives answers to, and you only learn from KT, knowledge transfer. Some of them are here. So a simple question like, how do you hire an ad agency? I don't think any book tells you how to hire a vendor. In marketing, you might realize a lot of cool things we do working with celebrities and making ads, but most of the time you are running around making presentations, taking your boss's approval, and you are getting dealing with vendors. Sir, यहाँ board लगवाना है, वहाँ वो करना है, these small things. And you make tons of mistakes there. So just plain old, how do you take decisions when those decisions matter and no book can answer it for you?
So, while we are talking on this, could you just walk us through your 16 years of career? So, right after your IMA, where were you, and what was your trajectory like?
I think I'll take the question from 16 to maybe 18 years. The reason is I was a BCom graduate and not an engineer like most of my batchmates. And I always used to think that if I go into IIM, I will become an equity analyst. So markets, Sensex, because commerce graduate का life उतना ही है. दिमाग जितना उतना ही life. When I went to IIM, I was like, यार, finance तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. I cannot fathom what is happening. And I went to internship in Hindustan Lever. And that was the moment of my life where I realized, ye karna hai. Because this is cool. 2 months in the Chakala office in Levers, I was in love with marketing. I was like, this is it, man. And they didn't give me PPO because I was not good. But I figured out ki karna to yahi hai. Then I obviously took second year courses, all of them around marketing. I mean, some random also. But so that's where I started. Went into Marico in sales. So, and that is the best experience. If you guys want to be into marketing, sales is not a bad place to start. But again, depends. I mean, don't take my word for it. You have to figure out the trajectory of those people in those companies who go to sales. How do they move? Because I have, from an IIM Ahmedabad, you join Marico, get a good induction and Lonavala and all that happens. And next day you are in a train, you go to Surat and you are given a register and say, Jao, Chalis Dukan, and sell parachute Saffola to the retailer. The ego crush that happens, the band jo bajti hai, wo legendary hai. I have been to East UP with a register, sir, ek piece parachute le lo, sir. Retailer. You have this much ego as an IIM graduate, and then you are going and selling. I don't know if you have heard that song, Gaon mein sabun bech raha hai, jhoot hai tera hasna. I don't know if you have not heard, you should hear it. That is exactly what it is. So I think that really is the best experience I had in my life, without a doubt, because I now know how products are sold in the market. And when you are in marketing and you deal with sales, they think this guy knows nothing. But when you start talking to them in their language, the sales guys take you seriously. Because they know isko pata hai, isne kiya hai. So that's the best part. The sales experience of Gujarat and East UP were absolute life changing. But I had this, I mean, when you are young, you are stupid. At least I was. So I like, nahi, mujhe marketing karna. I was in love with marketing from the time I was in Levers. So I told my company, please put me into marketing. They said, thoda, you have to have patience, my dear. I was like, no. So I left. I went to real estate, did some marketing there. Good work. Then I was like, yeah, but I didn't like the sector. I'm being very open with you that while real estate is a great place in terms of a lot of marketing work, but it's not a fun sector to be in. So I moved to something again FMCG, which is edible oils and related businesses. That's where I worked in Freedom. So I worked in some other company, then moved to Freedom. So as I was saying that from launching of the brand, what name, packaging, artwork, how do you take every agency on board, seeing the sales from zero to each year, your plan and what you're doing, your failures, your successes. It's been a hell of a ride. You end with, I think in few years, we were market leaders in 3 states, which were not our original plan. I have still have Excel sheets possibly, or used to have. When we became number one, my boss called me. Do we have the Excel sheet of the marketing plan we made when we started the brand? What was the sales target after 3 years? I said it was 1/10 of what we are doing right now. So it has been a lot of luck, obviously, but a lot of good people around. And I think A.G. Krishnamurthy is no more, but he used to tell us one good thing. If you want to build a good brand, you need to associate with good people. So good agency, good vendors, good employees, then only you can build a good brand.
And a good product also.
Of course. I mean,
Yeah.
that is needless to say. If you don't have a good product, then thank you very much. You can't do anything. But despite having a good product, you might not do well. So then I worked there. Then even though I loved my job, I quit because I wanted to be on my own, which is a bug that some of you might be having. And that's where, so I am an independent consultant. You can call it freelancer, but independent consultant sounds a bit more respectable.
Can you just tell me how was it working at Marico? I mean, we've recently read Harsh Mariwala's book. I mean, he's a taskmaster, definitely. And so when the tone is set at that level, the company must be really doing well, and it must be a great learning avenue also.
How many of you know about Marico? What
We
do you
just
know?
had this
How many
discussion.
of you don't know about Marico? Very few. Okay. What do you know about Marico?
इसलिए बोलते हैं Geetan, you have to come to the class, right?
What do you know about Marico?
Yeah. You want to say? What do you know about Mariko? Ayush, Ishika, Gretvik?
See, the value of my information of how Marico was is only relevant when you know something about the company, right? Otherwise, there's no context to the communication.
Anybody who wants to attempt?
So I think Marico deals with a lot of FMCG products, majorly with oil-based products. Like one of the star products was Medicare shampoo and oil, which was very much used to be in ads, but I don't know why it suddenly disappeared.
The biggest star is, which biggest brand of Marico? Parachute. And Saffola. See, now we know the context of, because there is a good story there actually. When Marico came to campus, I didn't want to apply because nobody knew Marico. They were not this big that time, like 17, 18 years back, they were not this big. But that's a different story for a different day. But yeah, see, I think Marico was a great experience because even now we call some companies run by people as Lala businesses, right? I mean, there's nothing wrong with calling it Lala business. But I think Marico was one of the first ones in marketing or FMCG, which has completely moved from a very family run to very professional setup. And that's the best part about working for these companies, because while there is a person at the head, Mr. Mariwala, who is kind of the boss, but the company is not like running on his whims and fancies. It's a very professional company and a phenomenal company to work for. So I think that my experience has always been that the kind of respect that Marico gave a young area manager. So I started my career in sales, right, as an area sales manager. The respect that you got and the responsibilities that you got in Marico was amazing. I mean, so much of money we had access to in terms of using for schemes and sales. And you can just do what you want with it as long as you do it right, and you have, you obviously, you can't misutilize the money, but if you meet your targets and you do a good job of it, you have the liberty to spend so much of company money. And it was the kind of responsibility, the kind of respect that Marico gave was a different.
So, like, would a company like Marico encourage you to switch from Parachute to Saffola? Like,
So in marketing, most companies allow you to do that. For a few years, you work on one brand and then you move to
but
the next.
actually, there are two different SBUs, right? So,
But that's the best part, right? What you have learned here might not be completely applicable. And if you don't bring fresh ideas, you kind of get in a rut.
okay.
So
Okay.
they allow people moving.
All right. So then Marico happened. Then you were also part of Gemini.
Correct.
So
The Freedom
yeah,
brand.
Freedom brand. So what was it like working for a regional brand? Because Marico is uh, even 15, 20 years ago, it was still a big brand to
Correct.
reckon with actually. So how was it transitioning to a
Marico is now an MNC almost.
Yeah, yeah.
In terms of the scale that Marico has. And the company I joined, nobody knew it then because it was a new company. And the risk that I took with my career is I am a Marico, and then you go to a company that nobody knows because it's a new company and a regional player at all. But I guess that the thing that made me choose was one Mr. A.J. Krishnamurthy, right? I told you about him, right? If you have one of the legends of Indian advertising working for a particular company, even as a consultant, I think that tells you something about the commitment that the company has towards branding. And second is the responsibility is amazing. I mean, the team was almost non-existent. You are like a 1-2 member team and the entire marketing has to be done by you. So you get to work and do a lot of stuff. It was a risk. I mean, I'm not denying that I knew, oh my God, this company will be great. Today, I think the turnover is some, I don't know, 30, 40, 50,000 crore, God knows what. But it is a risk I took because some risks have to be taken.
So you had to start the brand from the scratch. So were you but did you apply these Acker Keller concepts of choosing brand elements? What was it like?
See, we did everything that the book says, but I don't remember if we followed the book. Because, I mean, I'll be very honest with you. When you are in a job, every day you don't open the book and check, right? I mean, that's not how things work. But you do always, as I said, I used to call up my professors or see if I can get some gyan from some other book or some other YouTube video, whatever it is that is available. But we did follow a structured process because you have, so I was the brand head, right? Then there is a boss who is handling sales and marketing. Then I have an agency or a proper national agency, RK Swami, and I have a consultant. Together, we would obviously agree on, okay, this needs to be done, this needs to be done. For example, in packaging, right? Or brand naming. How do you name a brand? Let me ask you this question, then I can tell you what frameworks we used. How do you name a new brand of
Using brand elements. Yeah.
deodorant? Chalo, let us take a cool, or a mobile phone. How do you name a brand?
Yes.
Want yourself to be positioned in a way that with you, your aura will become better. So, somewhere around brand name should represent product characteristics plus what it is trying to achieve.
So what does Axe represent as a name?
Sir, I think I contradict a bit with my colleague's answer. Most important, what I observed with how brands name themselves was with some names which could be easily remembered. Let's say if we are coming to cooking fats and oils, dalda. The term is very much something which can go inside your mind. Axe, fog, in deodorants. These things could have easily.
Axe is something as a weapon sort of thing or a how do I put it? Equipment sort of thing. It usually portrays, at least has historically portrayed a masculine sort of energy towards it, if I'm being right. So it could implicate a certain masculinity towards the product, if that's what the brand
So
is
if
trying to
Axe launches women, then
Sir?
if Axe has to launch a women's variant, then
So if you're bringing masculinity right away, aren't you like limiting your market? So actually the textbook says, I mean, I only know the textbook. Okay, so any brand element that you're choosing, including a name, should be identifiable, meaningful, differentiable, then transferable, then understandable, right? These are the 5 elements of.
Let's take Swiggy, no? What does Swiggy mean? See, there's no one answer. If there were one answer of how to name a brand, you would not need me. I think you would not need him also. But the point we're trying to make is a lot of things can go wrong very easily. So the way, I mean, I have learned about brand naming, and since I have named a lot of brands which you might not know because some of them are in a different segment, but I've been part of naming a lot of brands in my life, luckily. The fundamental rule of naming the brand is nothing to do with mostly about what you want to cue. You can sell it nationally, internationally, easy to remember, easy to take the name. The meaning will not be in the brand, which is fine because Swiggy means nothing. Now Swiggy means a lot, but the meaning is not from the name, it's from the communication. And that's where the question is, if Flipkart launched Book Card because it started with books, it would have been a blunder of the highest order. And hence, you have to allow for a name that allows to sell you anything. Today, for example, a lot of brands are there which are changing their name because they realize that the name is queuing the category, and that's not a good thing. If you queue a category, you can never change your category. Yeah, but they sell it under the brand of Gold Flakes. So nobody knows ITC sells Gold Flakes. Only you know, and I know. And they are not even the tobacco company anymore. They're ITC.
ITC. And they're not calling themselves an Indian tobacco company anymore. They're ITC. Huh. No. Their brand is different here. No, that's what he's trying to say.
But that's the point exactly, right? Patanjali can sell anything. And that's a good name. And they also want to queue Patanjali, the whoever he was, right?
No,
So,
I think you got the point, right? So now Dettol is it's synonymous with the category. Can you imagine Dettol biscuits? It's not transferable. That's the point that he's trying to
but
drive.
that is something that I don't think they can. So the name means nothing in terms of they can sell biscuit, but because of what they have been selling, they can't do it. I mean, that's okay. If you sell everything, then what will I sell? I also have to sell something, right? But anyway, so coming back to the point, I guess, I think
So we've digressed, but that's welcome, science. So he has been part of several brands, and he's launched a few brands. Then so you've mentioned all these points now. So one of the things that actually caught my attention was your attention and focus on writing a TVC. Right. So 15, 16 years ago, TVC was a rage, definitely.
You know what is TVC?
Television commercial, right? So TVC is television commercial. So 15, 20 years ago, TVC was hotcakes, right? So it made sense. And we had long duration ads back in the day. Welcome, sir. Yeah, so we had like long duration ads, and it really made sense. So my question is, can I apply the same concept today for my generation, which is very impatient, which has less attention span? Do you think the basics that you have given for writing a TVC script and for choosing a ad agency, does that really work and hold true today?
You can't expect me to say no, do you? No, I think so. First of all, the book was only written a year ago, so it is absolutely irrelevant. But what I've tried to write there is, again, as I said, right? Nobody in, I think, at least broadly, mostly the books I have read, they don't teach you how to evaluate an ad script. And let's call it an advertising, because whether it's on TV or YouTube doesn't matter. An ad is an ad, right? Whether it's a 6-second or a 30-second or a 50-second. I don't think books really answer some of the questions of how do you actually evaluate. And what will happen tomorrow when you go to marketing is you would ask your agency, ideally, that this is my brand, this is what it is. Come and write an ad for me and give it to me. That's what all the brands do, because in-house advertising is not something you want to do in-house. So the script has to be written by the agency. How do you evaluate the script? They'll come and give you 3 scripts. How do you choose? And that's what I have attempted, because I have been part of at least, I don't know, a lot of TVCs over the years. And we have chosen right, wrong. I mean, we got success, so I'm assuming we did the right things somehow by process or by mistake. But those things are there in the book, that, okay, when the script comes and you hear it, what's your first reaction? And you should also check out the book called CEO Factory by Sudhir Sitapati.
Sudhir.
That's a phenomenal book, but obviously it talks about a lot of stuff. So let me ask you this question. I narrate a script to you and you are the brand manager. How would you decide the script is good or not?
So 5 components of message.
Understood easily. There are many scripts you'll understand easily. But good point. I'm not denying it. But then what? Good point. Did you hear what he said? The last bench there.
You want the mic?
You're not loud enough, my friend. Again? Yes.
So the most important thing is that I'll read that script or view that script as an individual customer who's going to see that commercial. Because until and unless you don't assess it on the actual grounds, you can't bring the results which you
Good
want.
point, actually, though a lot of people might disagree, but I personally like it. Because a lot of ads, when you hear, and I've heard enough in my life, the joy is amazing. Like, if the ad is meant to make you laugh and you start laughing in that room with your colleagues, then you look at each other, everybody is laughing. You know you have a winner on your hands, right? You can tweak it later, but I think the first reaction is the golden reaction. When your agency reads out the ad to you, how did you react? Because you are also a human being. I mean, you are not like from Mars, right? So I think that first reaction is sublime. It is something that you should write down and figure out.
Are you trying to say that it is supposed to be emotive?
Again, depends on what reaction the ad wanted, right?
Okay.
I mean, if pick an ad which is currently something you like, then we can talk specific.
So I had a small point to make.
Yeah,
if you
just
permit.
pick an ad. First pick
You
an
have
ad.
talked enough. I think we should give chance to other people.
Pick an ad. Pick an ad which is appeal. Ishika.
To make the session worthwhile, you
Cred.
pick an ad.
Cred. They're saying cred.
Which ad? I have not seen any cred ad of it.
Cred. Kapil Dev's ad.
Bhi chalega.
Cred.
Which
Kapil
cred
Dev's ad.
Rahul Dravid's cred ad.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Rage.
Yeah.
So there is a brief that a client writes. This is my brand. This is what I do. This is what I want to communicate, because there is an objective for the ad, right? When you have the brief is in front of you, the agency comes and presents. Now you have to see what emotions you wanted the brief to convey. And then you look at the creative and say, okay, is it working or not working? For example, even the treatment of, can Rahul Dravid do this? It's lovely, because that is the contrast that advertising is all about. You expect Dravid to be the sensible Mr. Dependable nowadays in the advertising. And this guy is on a complete road rage like in a Gurgaon city, right? So I think that works for it. And obviously there is a bit of an arrogance with the brand, but it is good in the way that they are confident, that they know, people know what they are doing. Again, there is a star mark. Is it your first ad or your nth ad? A lot of things matter, because if it's your first ad, it might not work unless you explain what you do. Because if you have never seen a brand and there's the first time you're seeing an ad, you cannot see, everything is fine, emotions and celebrities, but karte kya ho? What are you selling? What are you selling? What is your name? How do you look like if you are a product? If you forget these, I have seen enough brands miserably failing, and I'll give you examples so you can test and don't listen to an old man. There is a simple test of advertising that you can test yourself. You don't even have to look at data from the brand. Take the ad, mask the brand name. You know what is masking of the brand name? Enough visual editors are there. Remove the brand name from the audio and the visual. Play the ad to at least 100 consumers. Ask them which brand is it. So you now get a score of people remember the brand or not. If they don't remember, your money is wasted. If they remember the ad, they say ad dekha hai, dekha hai. Do you remember the brand name? Then you will see the magic happen. They will say nahi. Colgate dekh ke close up bolenge. It is a fact. I have seen it for my brand also. I'm not kidding. Like humne sab mahan kiya, mahan. We have also been through that. But you measure the global average. Can you take a guess Let me give you an equation for all those that you are still not involved in the talk. There are two questions we are asking. Have you seen this ad? And if yes, what is the brand name? What do you think is the global average score of this exercise across the world for consumer brands? Take a guess. 20% means, so the first into the second is 20, which means 80% of the money is wasted. That's what the HUL, the Unilever famous quote is there, right? I had half the money in advertising is wasted. I don't know which half. Now you are saying 80% wastage. Anybody else who wants to take a guess? Less than 20. That's a very hedgy answer. You should be giving 50 as an answer. If 20 and 10 is your benchmark, then what? 80% of money is wasted. No, are you getting the sense of what we are talking here? The answer is 16. 84% wastage globally. And the source of it is How Brands Grow. There is a book you can read, better than my book. That they've quoted a research, and they've done a lot of research globally and found out that 84% money on advertising is wasted because only 16% people have seen your ad and remember the brand name. So if you do better than 16 in your ad tomorrow, you are at least afloat. The misery is most brands don't measure it.
Because back in the day, there were no right metrics to measure it. Also,
See, I blame myself also. Even we didn't. We measured for our brand very late. We just didn't know. I mean, a lot of simple things you miss, and a lot of brands don't measure. I have asked a lot of people, they just don't even know there's a metric like this. People measure ad recall. They forget to mention the brand recall. They assume if you have seen the ad, you have seen you know the brand. I have done it myself. The first few research for the brand I did, I just asked, have you seen the ad? Ha, dekh liya to theek hai. So dekh liya, which means you remember the brand, is an assumption you cannot make.
I was asked this question in one of my first classes back, I think 2 years ago. Sir, a company does market research on a day-to-day basis. An ad agency is also doing market research to come up with a right script and other things. So why do we have to outsource this? Why don't we do it in-house?
Outsource what?
The entire ad end-to-end process of ad making, like say for example TVC. So the basic answer that I was given also, and most of the HBR articles also say that most companies don't have the capabilities. Why don't we focus on these capabilities as brand managers?
So I think the question is, why do I have an ad agency?
Yeah, why do I have to
can
outsource?
make an ad myself, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there are two things first of all in an advertising. One is what is the script? Like a film, there is a script in advertising. The second is the shooting part. You don't want to shoot, right? Or you want to shoot also?
Why not?
Fair?
Yeah.
A lot of startups can do, but typically it will be a learning curve for you. Nobody is saying don't do. If you can do a good job and the metrics are good in terms of seeing the ad and remembering the brand is fine. But the reason people don't do, and my observation is, you do. So if I can grow tomato in my backyard, should I grow? I can. Should I? Is the question. I think the finance professor has better answers for this, but I personally feel some people know their job better. Like shooting an ad, I would not want to do. I have seen enough ads being shot, it is a nightmare. The amount of people, I mean, you still need the cameraman, right? Don't tell me that the brand manager will not.
But at least the script can be drafted by you.
See, you can make the script. I'm not denying. People do that.
Hmm.
But there is no harm in the ad agency doing it because it's not that costly. What is the concern? The cost? Then cost is not an issue.
Not just cost. It's also like when you're communicating, your approach to research is different than when you want to craft a value proposition.
Fair. So I'm
Right.
saying, see, I think you can write the script. I don't see anything issue with that. You can give it to a filmmaker who can shoot for you.
But best of the companies have always outsourced.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
yeah, that is because they say that we don't have the capabilities.
See,
Yeah.
more than I don't have the capability, you are more capable than I am. I think that's the point. Because see, when you keep doing day in and day out, that you're writing script. So who writes a script in an ad agency? Do you know that? Who writes a script in an ad agency? copywriter. So this guy's or girl's only job is writing ads day in and day out. They watch ads, half the time they are on Netflix, half the time they are out. And there's a bit of, I have personally seen a bit of craziness in their brain. And what David Ogilvy has also said, that these guys are slightly off. And if they are good, they can make a heaven and hell difference for your brand. And they do it on a daily basis. And if you believe in what the 10,000 hour theory is there, right? Malcolm Gladwell's. If you believe in that, then they do a far better job than you do. So let them do.
So you must have been faced with this challenge of choosing one of the 3 or 4 agencies that send proposals. So what went on your mind when you were choosing an ad agency?
How would you choose an ad agency? Okay.
Past performance is not an indicator of future returns.
That is finance, not marketing.
It's life at the end of the day. Yeah.
You should not do that, because if you only go to people who have done what you are doing, then it is a very tricky situation. Because I think the talent in, so if you have worked in noodles and I am running a Pepsi, should I not hire you? The logic holds, right? I think the expertise is never this narrow. The expertise is of knowing how to make a good ad, how to write a good script. I think I will not answer the question, though I have hired enough agencies. David Ogilvy, you know David Ogilvy, the father of modern advertising. He has written it in his own book. He says, go and watch TV. I will add YouTube, because nowadays YouTube is there. If you want to hire an ad agency, go and watch YouTube and TV and pick up a newspaper. See which ads you like. Call up those agencies and say, pitch karo. Typically, those agencies come and pitch you, and then you tell them, this is my brand, these are my problems. And then they'll come with actual ad scripts when you come to pitch, saying, look, this is what we want to make. And if we are hired, this is the ad we would make. And then you see how you want to do it. The last part that people sometimes ignore is the chemistry. Because when you work with an agency over a long time, you should like to meet them every week. Because agency meetings are usually once a week. If you don't like your agency and you have to spend 2 hours with them every Monday, I think it is a very tough job. So a litmus test is, take those people who have come to pitch to you, take them out on dinner, spend some time, ask them some questions they should not answer, like confidential client information. And if they leak it out to you, don't hire them. And biggest of all is, you should like them. I had once an agency, not ad agency, but some other agency, I don't want to name here, but every week we used to dread, who will go and attend this meeting with this agency? Nobody liked them. So I used to send my subordinate. He would say, sir, aap jao na, main nahi jaunga, main busy hu. So so it is that interesting that some people you connect with, some people you don't. You need to really like your agency a lot and become almost friends with them. Otherwise, it's a very bad thing on every Monday morning.
So I just wanted to ask you one question, which I think it's very pertinent also. How did you budget your marketing expenditure?
That's a good question, actually.
So in our textbook, we have 2 approaches, which is top-down approach and bottom-up approach. Top-down is understand your competition and understand your category. Is it 2% of the entire sales or 3% of the entire sales, or you just want to be your competitor, so just imitate their budget? That's top-down. And bottom-up approach is, what are all the media vehicles that you want to leverage, and then accumulate it. Which is better? Which has worked for your, say, Freedom brand, and how would you convince your the top man? That's another question.
I think so. If you go to established companies and you get a job there, your life is kind of set, because you will not be able to influence much of the budget. They will say, this is the budget, go and figure out how you want to break it down. If you have to actually do the budgeting, it is tougher. And we kind of do a lot of what you have just mentioned. That one is, you look at competition, and you always do, because it is the easiest way to justify to your CEO.
isn't it a little shallow also?
No, I'm coming to that.
Yeah.
One of the ways. So it is like a, I'm not an engineer, I could have used the right jargon, that you kind of do pivot, multiple ways of approaching the answer, and then you see where the range lies, right? So you look at competition, because we always, in monthly basis, as a brand manager, you analyze what the competition is spending. You can't let them run away with the market share also, in terms of the noise you're creating in the market. So one is, what is competition spending? The second is, what kind of kitty do you have? Not everybody has the money. I have had brands where working for a client, and they said, this is all I have. This is the max I can spend. You have to plan within this. So there's nothing else you can do about it. But typically the percentage of revenue is also a very good thing in FMCG that you do. That's why I said, if you're an established
That's an
company,
industry standard practice. Yeah.
in FMCG, 10 to 12%, you go and check the earnings presentation, annual report of any of these companies, Levers, Marico, everything is listed. Just look at one of their ASP, the advertising sales promotion expense. 10 to 15 is the number that they all spend. And then it becomes easy for the others in the industry to say, if they are an established brand spending 10, I am a new brand, I should do 20 for 2 years, 3 years, and then I will bring it down to the industry level. Because like you said, when we launched our brand Freedom, right, that's a good story there, because what we actually did, all this Gyan is fine. So we told our agency, media agency, again, one more agency, not doing in-house. We said, what should be our budget? They said, what is your budget? We said, no budget. You tell us, what do we need? They went back and looked at metrics. If you want to launch a brand today, for example, you need a certain level of awareness. What awareness do you need, boy? 50% of people should know my brand in your market. To reach 50%, this is the money you need, because it is measurable. Media spends are measurable. YouTube can tell you, if you want to reach this lakh audience, this is the money you need. So that is one metric, that what is the reach you want. And then they looked at competition, saying, look, this is the amount of money in millions competition is spending. If you want to make an impact, do double of it, if you can afford. So we said, okay, fine. So you do double of competition and you hit a certain reach number, because effectively marketing is all about what percentage of consumers know you.
So yes, Shikha. Take a mic, no? Please take a mic. Here. Switch it on.
So when first you started marketing, your marketing budget would be very high because the CAC would be very high because you're just entering the market. So how, in what years did that you hit that inflection point that after that your customer retention started increasing and your CAC started decreasing, and simultaneously your marketing budget you could spend in other more activities, or it reduced?
Again, this is something iterative. There's no one answer to it, right? Like when you start, you obviously have, that you are not optimal, but there are certain metrics that need to be met. So then you need to measure those. So what we used to do was simple, that we used to do, okay, if the awareness is a metric, right? If you want to say, look, I want to measure my brand awareness, then measure it. Are you hitting your numbers? If you're not hitting, this needs to continue for a longer time. Once you have hit the numbers of awareness, you will also take the target up, but you will not need the same amount of money, because once people are aware, it is the reminder then. So initially it takes a lot of money to, so you might do front page ads or you might do hoardings, but that is only to get that initial awareness jump. Once the awareness jumps, to maintain is not that difficult. The launch is always difficult, because if nobody knows your random brand of mobile phone and you want people to know, that one-time cost people usually have to digest.
So were you using a combination of both ATL and BTL for, yeah? And did you have different agencies for both?
So for BTL, technically, we didn't have an agency, because you just have vendors for them. Because again, I didn't work for that big a firm where you need an agency for BTL. But
what would a Marico do?
They would ideally have an agency for that also,
BTL.
but not one. They would be again multiple there.
Okay. So and what was your communication with sales team? if you're a brand manager, I mean, salespeople are not just selling, they're also giving you information. There's a feedback. So, what were your conversations like with salespeople? Say, Mariko, because you've also worked in
So in Marico, I was in sales,
Yeah.
and here I was in marketing.
marketing.
So
Okay, can you give us
where
both
do you
the,
want the question?
both the episodes? Both the episodes.
See, in Marico in sales, brand teams don't interact so much, so often, because it's a very large organization, and there are already the data is already flowing, right? Whatever I'm selling, the data is already with them. I mean, the moment I get the data, this guy also gets the data. So there's not much data sharing, anyways. You need to do anymore in the companies. Obviously they would have questions about क्या चल रहा है market में. That's the question typically people ask, or the brand manager would come and go to market with you, seeing okay, availability is good or not good, what is competition doing, because they expect us to be the eyes and ears on the ground, though they also need to go to market enough, but our job is to alert them on competition changes which are significant, and anything else that we feel we need, and it's not happening in terms of support, in terms of BTL, in terms of whatever else that we need, right? So that's pretty much it. From a marketing point of view, again, in a way similar, but you keep telling them that, look, if there is a complaint from a retailer distributor, please tell us, because we would not know. A lot of the retailers and distributors, they talk to the salespeople, because salespeople are the ones delivering them stocks, and they don't tell the company if there is a problem in terms of or say in terms of quality, and we never got to know. So we keep telling our salespeople that please communicate and tell us the complaints, and second, competition activity, because we as a marketer, you cannot go 10 days into market. There's too much work, too many presentations to be made, too many meetings to be done. In sales, you are all the time in the market, so by definition you are constantly aware of what's happening in the field.
And how were your conversations with CSR teams? Because your CSR activities also, in a way, are adding up to your brand positioning. So, what were your conversations like with them?
Not much, honestly, I'll tell you, because see, there is certain thing that they have in mind,
Yeah.
and you kind of help them either ideate what is the best way to do it, or help them if they have figured out what they want to do. There's not much, honestly, that you can do there. For example, if you are supporting a school, or painting a school building, or renovating, there's not much that you can do there, right? I mean,
No, actually, I'm asking you this question because HUL's Shakti Amma, they became their channel partners also, and they kind of positioned it like a very socially responsible activity.
Correct.
So it added to their image. So that is why I'm asking you this question, actually.
So again, to be honest with you, my personal experience has not been so much with CSR, because as I said, I mean, the initiatives that we took were simpler of nature, and sometimes we did plan, by the way, but execution need not have happened the way we planned, or it did not happen. But I think as a marketer, you have that greed that you should do well for the society. At the same time, somewhere they should also know at least who is doing, and some amount of uh, brownie points should come to the brand, right? So that intent is always there.
Yes. Then now we are in an age of heightened competition, and basically channels have also changed here. So maybe 7, 8 years ago, there was no much buzz about D2C. Today you have D2C, and the very brand mantra is a little different when it comes to D2C. So can you still be the same brand manager what you were like say 15 years ago if you are a D2C brand? If you or now you also have a D2C channel rather.
No, so I'm not getting the question.
So
If you are today, for example, let's take an example, no, so we can maybe.
all right. So if you were say again Marico, then you had channel partners to push your product to the last mile consumer, right? And now you also have brands, say Mamaearth, which is also into a similar category, which is also a D2C brand. Okay, so does the role change now? What is the additional responsibility that a brand manager is getting in?
So broadly, the roles don't change, and I'll tell you why. Because every 10, 15, 20 years, something new comes.
Yes.
20 years back, or I don't know, maybe 15 years back, if you remember, there was no digital as such.
Yes.
And digital came, and we all thought, okay, now in the digital age, how does the marketing evolve? Honestly, it doesn't evolve much, because predominantly the job we have is make more people aware of the brand and make more either stores or websites stock my product. That is still the ultimate goal of marketing. So I don't think the role changes a lot. It becomes a bit more complex, but I really don't. I mean, you can do a lot of stuff and you can measure a lot of stuff, but I don't think the broad role doesn't change a lot.
Okay. And yes, Ayush, you want to take the mic, please? No, but we still want the mic. You're streaming on YouTube.
Sorry, so I wanted to give the context of the question that I'm going to ask right now. So the last book talk I was at was with was Brands in the Brains by Professor Arvind Sahai. I am Ahmedabad itself. So one thing I actually took back from the talk, I'm yet to go through page to page from the book, was the neuroscience of it all when it comes to branding and marketing. So circling back to the cred ad that we talked about, how would you evaluate like something like a cred ad, which essentially remove the initial and the ending portion, something very creative in itself? How would you evaluate something like a cred ad for a product like Parachute? How would you identify your TATGs and then figure out what the perspective of that neuroscience would be in when put in perspective of the cred ad? Because if for something like cred ad as well, you know for a fact that the spirit share is taken up by the ad, because it's not only is that a great person that you've associated with, it's a very creative ad under 30 seconds. So how would the evaluation be?
No, I didn't get the question. Like somebody who got the question can explain to me what the question is.
Yeah. So actually,
Somebody else. No, I'm not. I'm being serious here. Like I am also a communication. I've written the second book on communication. So I want to ask you who has understood the question first. So I think we have not understood you, because what I gathered was a cred ad, but if I'm in Parachute, I don't get the question. Sorry. So
Right.
you have to.
So a product like Parachute, FMCG itself, but also has a wide use cases.
Mhm.
So how would you evaluate what ad or like what marketing drive or strategy to take in for a product like that? And how would you evaluate something like a very diverse and very creative ad like Red itself to fit in here? Would that even be something you're looking for? And if yes, how would you evaluate it?
No, I'm still not
Okay,
fundamentally
it's fine.
clear with the. I'm really sorry, but I don't think I have understood the question that well.
so I think the point that he's trying to drive is cred actually was very instrumental in generating that awareness. Okay.
Right.
But it did not really communicate what the product is. Okay. So maybe it worked for building awareness for your IDA funnel, but which is as symbolic as Parachute. Would you use the same kind of an ad? And then his follow-up question was, am I right? Yeah. Then his follow-up question was, how would you evaluate the creds ad? Which ad are you talking about? The Rahul Dravid's ad? Yeah, Rahul
How do
Dravid's.
you evaluate the creds ad as a cred brand manager or as a what? So first of all, why would I evaluate a creds ad as a Parachute brand manager? You are saying to learn from it. Okay, fair. I think if I, and because we have all possibly seen the Rahul Dravid ad, I think it's a good question that way. Because when I also saw the ad, I was not very sure if it is going to work. And as a marketer, you always keep your radar on and learn from every ad that you see. If I have the resource to do it, I would always first try to study from online, because I would obviously don't have the company data. What was the brief they tried to give? And what is the stage of the company? If it's a first ad of cred, then the ad has to tell me what cred does. Otherwise, they have to be so all over in my face that I can't avoid them. But I personally would not take the risk of not telling you what I do, because there is an arrogance in advertising which a lot of startups are doing, but they are not realizing. I'll give you an example also. I saw one ad of Spinny. Now Spinny is popular, but early days, where the ad did not say anything. And it ended with Spinny. And I took a screenshot of it also and kept it with me to learn कि ये क्यों कर रहा है. This is a mistake. I don't know. And the funniest thing is my father was sitting there, and when the ad played, and he was like, what does this guy do? After a week, and obviously LinkedIn people went and they wrote saying, dude, what are you up to? And then they changed and brought the line of we buy and sell car. So they also figured it out. And as I said, that if I am working there also or not working there, I would actually go and talk to consumers And this is something I've done for competition also, where I told you, right? You play the ad, mask the brand name, ask people, have you seen the ad? What is the brand name? And even if they say the name, you can ask the third question, what does it do? Because if they don't know what it does, I'm sorry, all the fancy things are not going to work for you. Because the problem with advertising agencies, and I'm sorry to say this, is they want to make very creative ads. And if you tell them that, show my product, put the logo in the ad and tell them what we do, they will laugh at you saying that you don't know how it works. That's exactly why we are trying to bring the measurement angle in. Okay, you might make a phenomenal ad, but if I research the consumer and they don't remember it, or they don't remember the brand, or they don't remember what I do or not do, then what's the point? So you should do this in your campus also. You have what is the size of this whole campus, including the law students?
1200.
Do this sample, take an ad, take on an iPad, mask these things and run around and show it to people and see. You will yourself learn. I have seen a score. So you remember the average score we said, right? In terms of wastage of money on advertising, what was the average?
80.
So 84 wastage. I have tested competition ads where the wastage was 99. People said we have seen the ad, there was still a decent number, but when it came to the brand name, nobody knew the brand name. And this ad had a celebrity. So and I'm pretty sure most companies, whether startup or normal, they don't do this checking if people know the brand name or not. This is very fundamental. But then even I was not doing it for a long time, so I can't blame them. That's exactly why this needs to be discussed, and that's why the credit would also go to the book called How Brands Grow. If you ever end up in marketing in terms of brand management, that's the time you should buy that book, How Brands Grow. It will change the way you look at marketing in your life. And this is from there. I have not done anything here. It is just taken from there and applied.
Use the mic. Please use a mic, please.
With the very personal experience of having worked with a lot of founders who are in early age startups, and also in, let's say, designing and helping them create brand images and brand identities in terms of, let's say, what you call a basic design guide. There are two broader things which I have personally observed, that when, let's say, you are an early age startup, you might not have a lot of resources to actually invest in an advertising. So in that case, maybe the brand image of the founder often becomes the brand image of the brand itself. Now, when let's say it's a product, it could be something like a Ganesh Balakrishnan at Flatheads, who is using his own platform to do it. For a service-based industry, it could also be something like a Gabbar Singh on Twitter, who is very popular, but very few people know he actually has Ginger Monkey running in as an ad agency behind it. So let's say there's an early age startup founder trying to navigate through something very similar. When you have, let's say, your own identity being associated with the identity of the brand, how do you differentiate the two? Because then there are obviously personal biases which start coming in with the person and the brand, because obviously they are two separate identities to begin with. So how do you think brands should navigate through the same, or let's say entities in general should navigate through the same?
See, I think there is a trip. Okay, again, no one answer, but you'll have to look at the plus and the minus. There are phenomenal positives if the owner has a brand. The founder's brand is very powerful nowadays, and people see, you have to put a face to the brand, and that's what they do. And I think I personally am a fan of that kind of thing. But the risk obviously is like the Elon Musk risk. किसी दिन कुछ भी बोल देगा and then you are kind of having a problem. So I think everything comes with dual, right? If you have a charismatic founder and you don't leverage the image, then you are losing an opportunity. It depends on your risk profile of what helps you sleep well at night. And I'm repeating this because it's something that I think it works for me. Take decisions in marketing that help you sleep well at night, that I'm comfortable with this. This is who I am. If there were one answer, right, everybody should have a founder's image, then everybody would do it, right? And if there was an answer that no, founder should not do all of this, I think there is no, it's a question of how comfortable you are. And are you even good enough to build that image? Because it takes time to build the image, right? So you'll have to take a call, but it is a very good and effective way and a cost-effective way to actually do well in business, and you should do it. Unless the owner is not comfortable or something else like that. I think it's a very good case to actually go ahead and do it.
Yeah. Last question. Yeah. Last two questions. Chahat. We are running late. Please make it fast.
So my question is, as we know that advertisement industry is very cluttered and very crowded, we all see as a consumer thousands or hundreds of ads everywhere. So how do company figure out that their ad is so creative to that will appeal the customer immediately?
How do they figure out that
Their ad are creative.
their ad is creative, or they will, I mean, okay, so the ad that I'm making will actually work? How do you know that, right? There are both answers to it. Advertising people are comfortable and confident that the brief that the brand manager gave me, I have made an ad which will work. And then that's their experience also. So we can't discount it and say, no, no, it's not. So there is a sense that the agency and the team know that, I told you, right? When there was a time when I heard an ad and all of us started laughing in the room, and the ad was meant to be doing that. And we knew we had a winner on our hands, right? So there is a natural reaction, you also know. There is also something that a lot of companies do, which is they do a small research wherein what is called narratics. So you just have a voiceover narrating what is happening in the ad, and you have some visuals showing, okay, this is how the ad is happening. You take this video, play it to the consumer. So if it's a housewife that's a consumer, you play that ad to the consumer. Even if you do it for 50 consumers, look for the reaction. At those moments where you feel the ad was supposed to make them emotional or happy, is that reaction coming? This is what we always do. I mean, if you feel that you are not very sure if the ad is good or not. And the third answer is, not every ad is creative. A lot of advertising is pretty dry and mundane, and it's kind of okay, because if everything were creative, then nothing would be. So every ad need not be a standout one. I wish it were, but it just cannot be. I mean, some people are very happy with a functional ad. आपका टॉयलेट गंदा है, ये आया आपका हार्पिक, टॉयलेट क्लीन हो गया, चलता है. Measure it. If it is helping you, it is okay. You are not in the job of making outstanding advertising. You're in the job of selling the product that you have to sell. If it is sells with a normal ad, chalega.
So I think, Sudarshan, can we take it in the tea break? Yeah, we're running late. Yeah. Thank you. So we'll call it. Thank you so much for this,
Thank
sir.
you, thank you.
And I request you to sign the books and we'll give it to the students. Yeah. Thank you so much.
As we conclude this insightful session, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Mr. Vivek Singh for his invaluable insights. Your expertise in the realm of branding has been both enlightening and inspiring, sir. Now I request Dr. Vivek Pani to hand over a memento to Mr. Vivek Singh. Now we will have a quick tea break. Request the students to move out from the left exits. We also request you all to reassemble back to the circular in 10 minutes. Check.
We now move ahead to our third panel discussion on consumer protection and managerial implications. I'm delighted to introduce you to our esteemed panelists. To begin with, we are honored to welcome Mr. Prithvi Reddy, a distinguished advocate with over 6 years of experience at the bar, a proud alumni of NLU Orissa, where he completed his BA LLB. Mr. Prithvi Reddy is now a vital part of Kisara and Associates, advocate based in Jubilee Hills, Hyderabad. His expertise spans various courts, tribunals, attribute. I invite Akansha Inuganti to welcome Mr. Prithvi Reddy with a token of appreciation. It's an honor to have you here, sir.
Next, we have with us Mr. Balan Kannan, who is a Senior Vice President at Nestle India Limited. He brings a wealth of experience from his roles within the Nestle family. Mr. Balan Kannan obtained his Bachelor's of Science degree in chemistry from St. Stephen's with a diverse skill set encompassing FMCG distributed team management, trade marketing, food industry knowledge, key account management, and more. Mr. Balan Kannan offers insights to the industry. I request Charan to welcome him with a token of appreciation.
Next, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Vishwam Jindal, who is the CEO of Webinai, an online dispute resolution platform. Being a lawyer with a law degree from NLU Delhi, he currently practices at the Supreme Court of India and the Punjab and the Haryana High Court, specializing in litigation, arbitration, and regulatory investigations at DLA Piper. During his 2-year tenure at Linklaters in London, he gained expertise in mergers and acquisitions, initial public offerings, bonds offerings, international arbitrations, cases, and matters before the High Court of England and Wales. Now I request Namita to welcome sir with a token of appreciation. It's an honor to have you here, sir.
To moderate such an esteemed set of panelists, we have Mr. Murli Balasubramaniam, who holds a law degree from Delhi University's Faculty of Law. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India and an associate member of the Institute of Cost Accountants India. Additionally, he is a member of the Institute of Financial Analysts of India. Mr. Balasubramaniam is the company secretary of Nestle. He is one of the general counsels who oversees the indirect tax function. Also, he has actively participated in committees within industry forums and professional organizations. I now request Riddhi to welcome Mr. Murli Balasubramaniam with a token of appreciation. We now hand over the stage to you, sir.
Thank you for the introductions. Good afternoon to all of you, and it's really a pleasure to be here, and I speak for myself and my esteemed panelists here. Consumer is obviously central to the marketing. And in getting consumers to buy products, services, obviously there are varied approaches, varied practices that are there. The pressure is there to increase the sales, increase the profitability. And this at times may lead to not so good practices coming into place, some bordering on ethical dimensions, some adopting unfair methods, and so on. The Consumer Protection Act, which we will deal with today, and its implication for you business managers, is, you can say, the main law that deals with consumer protection. There are various laws, I'll deal with them briefly, but this is the main one which deals with the subject comprehensively. Most of you would be well aware of the slogan of the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Jago, Grahak, Jago. And probably an indication that our consumers need to be more aware And the law also basically tries to substantiate this. So what is the element that the consumers need to be protected against? That the products or services that they buy or avail are not defective, that they are not misled by uh, announcements, practices, or advertisements, which may give a wrong picture. And in the past decade, and we also discussed it some time back, e-commerce has started playing a much bigger role. And this has also brought in changes in the way business is done, and also brought in new elements of consumer protection that need to be seen. In addition, there are sectoral specific laws, like you have for the food industry, the Food Standard and Safety Act, which basically also offers consumers protection in that particular branch of law. You could have the Drug and Cosmetics Act. You have the Legal Metrology Act. I don't know if you have heard of this term, which is to do with the weights or the quantity of the products that are there. And also in the context of protecting the data of consumers, you have the Data Protection Bill currently, which is likely to be enacted. So you have maybe various other surrounding legislations as well. Consumer Protection Act or law, as is commonly understood, is basically something for the consumer to complain. He or she is not happy with the product or services and you complain. This is the general understanding. But when you look at it from the business lens, it is not to do with the consumer complaining. It's about you doing things rightly, that you are in line with the Consumer Protection Act. Because as marketeers, the last thing you actually want is a consumer dispute. What happens in a consumer dispute? Your consumer is fighting against you. So probably you already have at the least lost one consumer, at the least. And in today's context, which everything coming on the media, on social media, it is amplified beyond its probably impact what it should have. So there is a lot of merit or purpose in ensuring that what is done by the business is in line with what the consumer protection law requires. Further, I mean, this is not to scare, but it also attracts penalties, in some cases even imprisonment. But the legal consequences clearly are severe. But I would say the more important thing is the reputational damage it causes to the brand. You can fight a legal case, probably try and get back on track. But once your brand reputation is impacted, it takes a much longer time to get it back on its feet. And so there is a relevance. But still, if you're not very sure about why a session on consumer protection law for all you business guys, I don't think there is anyone better than my colleague Kanan, the marketing guru on the panel here, to share if it really makes sense, has made sense for him to know about the consumer law.
Thanks, Murli. I think that I am the only guy who is standing in your favor. Huh? All these guys are against you. So let's start with that very simple assumption. It's not on? It's on. Yeah. Okay. I think it's very, very important for us to realize this, that whatever be the business that we are in, obviously the first interest is towards making money, and there is nothing wrong in it. But the money has to be made ethically. But the money has to be made in a manner in which it is sustainable. Which means that if I'm making money today, I should be able to make money tomorrow. If I do something which leads to a reputational risk, which leads to any of these litigations that Murli spoke about, the chances are that it will not be sustainable. you will not be able to make money tomorrow. I'm not a fly-by-night operator. Now, what happens with us marketing guys normally is that our exuberance, our creativity does not want to be limited. And we do believe that all these acts that these people throw at us is always towards limiting us in terms of our creativity. I want to assure you that that is the last thing that they want to do. The utmost thing that all these laws which the government has imposed or we people are speaking about right now is towards making the business healthy. And why is it so? Because some of the things which cannot be compromised in any of the commercial transactions is ethics, is to make one person more advantageous than the other, the competitive act as they call it. And thirdly, me as a manufacturer not providing to the consumer that I have promised him. Many of the constructors who are giving you buildings will talk about lake view, mountain view. And as soon as you go there, there is no mountain, there is no lake, everything has been taken up. And you feel cheated. And what you feel cheated about is what the consumer will also feel cheated if you are not doing something which you are saying is translating into that. And all these things that we speak about, be it the weight, be it the product itself, be it the advertising commitment that we are making, if it is not standing, the consumer has got every right to be angry with you. And this discussion is about providing us a relief. The caution is, without a doubt, is that if these people are being overprotective, are being oversensitive, we can debate it. But eventually, if there is a risk, it is not always true that the risk can be taken. Because the risk, as they say, it could be a very, very small spark which can burn your brand. And that is why it is important for us to do things which are, in terms of the consumer sincerity, is absolutely right.
So today's panel discussion is framed around the 4 P's of marketing. I'm sure all of you know about it. Product, pricing, promotion, placement. And we also have on the panel 1P, Prithvi. So, with that, I move to the first P, which is product. So it's goods, services, or it could, in some cases, be a combination of both goods and services, which is made available to the consumers. As marketeers, you would look at the functionality of the product, the appearance, the warranty, the packaging. I think these days it's very, very important. And I think most critically, what is the USP of the product? What makes it stand out when we are looking at it vis-a-vis other products in the market? Under the consumer protection law, the consumer has a right around the product and its pricing. They have the right to be informed about the quality, the quantity, the potency, the purity, the standard, and the price. I'll just briefly, with an example, explain all of these. And I'm just using it as an example, the Coffee Day outlet we have at Nalsar. The coffee, when you buy the quality, all of you would expect it has the aroma of coffee. You would like it to taste as per the variant you ordered. If you ordered cappuccino, you don't want it tasting like a mochaccino. You would like some froth on the top. You'd like it to be some shade of brown. The cup quality, it should be good. Even if the coffee is hot, it doesn't burn your hand or it's not leaking. So that is the aspect around quality. Quantity, if you have ordered a large, you would expect that 200 ml up to the brim, whatever. So whatever quantity you order, size you order, you expect that. Potency, to do the right dosage, it has to have the right mix of coffee powder and water. If there is more water, what will it happen? It's not going to taste good. So potency gets affected. Purity, nothing extraneous is coming. stuck to the cup. You have something coming which should not be there. Standard. Basically, if the law says that this is the way a coffee powder should be, it should meet those standards. Price, we will deal with it in the second P. So with that, I go to Prithvi to please share with everyone the important aspects that business managers, all of them potential, should take care to ensure that the goods or product that they are dealing with are not considered defective.
Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Murli. So, firstly, as business students, most of you would be wondering what is the need to know about these laws? I am producing a car, I am producing a chocolate. Why do I need to know the laws which are applicable to me? From my experience, I have learned one thing, that all good businessmen are have good legal acumen. If you want to succeed, you have to know the law. And in fact, being truthful to myself, I can say for sure that these businessmen know the nitty-gritties of the laws pertaining to them better than any other advocate. Because any other lawyer who will advise you, he will know the law on a generic sense. But you doing business in a particular sector, you will have to know each and every law that is applicable. If you are selling a biscuit packet, you need to know that you cannot sell biscuit packet of whatever size that you like. You can sell the standard weight. You cannot package it however you like, so that the package is leaking and it causes troubles, right? You have some standards that you need to follow. So I'll try to generally, from a practical point of view, as a businessman, what are the aspects that you need to be aware of? First and foremost, what we usually see is most of the new startups face this problem. This is not something that happens in well-established companies. It does happen in well-established companies as well. But the startups, what they do is they don't maintain the documentation and everything, some of them properly. So this is where the root of the problem arises. Once there's a problem in the root, there's nothing that you can do at a later stage. Because people will question you. When people question you that your product is defective in some manner, then how are you going to defend yourself? Your product may be the best quality that you could imagine and you sold it out. But not every person is going to use your product for the very purpose that you set it out. He may use it. Somebody might use a headache tablet for stomach ache and say that it is not working. But then it is your duty to tell what it is for. I'm not giving example of medicines. Take this for some other example. All right. So first important thing you need to think is documentation and traceability of each and every product that you did has to be there. Accountability has to be there, because tomorrow when somebody points a finger at you, how are you going to defend yourself? You need to think like, and you need to be aware that not everybody who is using your product likes your product, or there are many people in the society, like Thomas Hobbes says, man is by nature selfish. So if there is something wrong with the product, even it might be a minute of the minute thing with the product, he is going to blow out of proportion and trying to hold you responsible. So it is your duty to take care of yourself. Especially so because the previous regime was buyer be aware. So if I am buying something, I have to be aware that what are the risks involved with this. But now it's changed. The burden is upon the seller. So the seller has to be aware, has to be warn the people. Like when you're selling hot cup of coffee, you will have to say on top, contents are hot. Like the scenario is changing. There are a lot of memes forming nowadays where you see that, people used to be so smart a couple of 100 years ago, but now if you're buying a shoe and you have some naphthalene balls inside the shoe, it needs to be said, do not eat these. Right? People could be so foolish to eat a naphthalene ball, but then end of the day, they're going to blame you for it because you did not warn them against that naphthalene ball, is where they will stretch it. That is the corner of the argument. They will stretch it to its logical ending. So after that comes your employee training. Your employees need to be aware, not just the management employee who is having an interface with the customer. He needs to be aware of what are the answers they are giving, because in this day of video recordings and audio recordings, everything that your employee is speaking with the customer is recorded and then later produced in the court as evidence. How do you protect? You need to be very careful what you are speaking about your product. What are the limitations? Till where do you speak? Similar even with advertisement. Just now, Mr. Kannan has been talking about the Lakeview apartments where people are disappointed. So how do you protect in that scenario? So simple way you say, when as on the day that I sold this apartment, it had a lake view. That is what I advertised. I am not saying that for eternity there will be this lake view or this rock view. It could go away. The territory will change. It's part of development, right? So you need to be careful of all of those things. Then there's this some of the ethics. Some of the ethics part? So ethics and all are going to help your company in having a long lasting business. You be aware of it. Yes, good. But law is something which is mandatory. You have to follow it. Like Competition Act, you cannot compete. You cannot say that I will not allow a competitor to come by trying to fix. Okay, all right. That is in the next leg of the questions. But right now, what you need, legal compliances. There are 100 different compliances for the smallest of small products. And you might be wondering, how do small startups deal with this when there are because in the beginning, when people are very quick to, I need to establish my business, I don't have time, I have this much investment, it will get over in this much time, I have to start making profits in this much time, so let me invest and let me start business, I will think about legal compliances and other things later. If you start with that kind of thinking, later on when the litigation comes in, you will not be able to protect yourself. All the money you have earned will be spent up in this litigation charges, and years of your life will be wasted, because especially in India where litigation takes years and years, you need to be aware of that and protect yourself. So this is typical lawyer talk where we always tell our clients to protect yourself, but that is very much important for businessmen. Before doing business, what are the laws, what are the various ways in which people will try to point faults at me, and how do I do the best that I can do to prevent myself? What are mandatory from statute? What do I do myself to keep my brand value and ethical for my own peace of mind? What do I do?
Thanks, Prithvi. Picking up from there, you said a good lawyer makes a good businessman, and we have an example here with Vishwam. And so this query is directed to you, Vishwam, more as I said, as a businessman, as a service provider, as to what are the areas that you look out for in ensuring that you provide services which meet the requirements of consumer protection.
Thank you. Just on that point, I would like to slightly disagree. I think, when you said lawyers make good businessmen, there is a reason why you wouldn't see a lot of lawyers being startup founders. It's obviously increasing, but if you look at the statistics, 50 years down the line, it's generally engineers or MBAs or, other professions that become entrepreneurs and start businesses. And one of the reasons for that is that lawyers are extremely risk averse. When you go through law school, you are constantly looking at what is my risk, what is my litigation risk, what are the potential damages, what is compliance. So Prithvi was mentioning that, laws are there and it's mandatory, has to be followed. If you pay him his fees, he'll tell you laws are meant to be broken. So, there is a reason why lawyers and advocates have jobs, right? Because businesses don't really work in the ethical manner that they have to. So I'm going to approach this in a sort of, a legal sense in terms of what sort of, lawyers would generally advise you. And also what I've seen practically by interacting with, founders of sort of, contemporaries and startups and everyone that I get to interact with. I think law is, obviously not everyone knows the law. And I agree that, most businesses, at least like traditional businesses, they would know their law better than the lawyers would do. Because they need to know, if you're manufacturing medicines, you need to know the laws, the packaging laws, the pharmaceutical laws, the food standards laws, etc., in your space better than, your lawyer should know. And if you don't know that, then there's a problem there. But there's also the other side of that, everyone knows laws. How many of us don't know that, you shouldn't wear seatbelts or you shouldn't wear helmets? Everyone knows that. But if you look at the statistics, people still don't wear seatbelts or people still don't wear helmets, or you would still drink and drive. And there's of course a reason for that, because, and if you look at the statistics, one reason is that you think you wouldn't get caught. Or the other reason is, like chalta hai, the chalta hai attitude and jugaad, and especially something, very common in India at least. So what I think knowing the law and following the law is one thing, and you should of course do that. And I can, take you through what needs to be done. It needs to be accurate. It needs to conform to the appearance and something. And I'll cover some of that in the last segment that Sir mentioned in terms of placement and everything. But practically, what you also see is that law is, at least on the business side, generally a cost center. So legal teams within businesses are cost centers. And This is another point actually, Prithvi mentioned in terms of documentation. I can guarantee I must have met 500 founders. Not one startup would be well documented. And I'll tell you the reason. I imagine like multinationals probably way better than startups because they have processes in place and
Changing their
everything.
legal officers, and then the next legal officer, is like, I don't know what happened in the previous case, but I can't go and say the same thing before a judge, right? He's like, you're out to know, it's your business to know it.
See it as one with a different brand manager.
Mhm.
When we did the company, yes, it turned out very, very hard on us. We need to have it.
Absolutely. You need to have documentation. I think everyone knows that, but practically, I think it's very challenging. And I'll also tell you why. I'll also tell you some of the entrepreneurial mindset and what's happened in India and in the US as well. When Facebook started, what was their motto? Anyone in the audience? So for Google, it was don't be evil. What was the equivalent for Facebook? No, that's the marketing jargon. What was the actual jargon? That was what they were trying to do. How many of you have seen Social Network? Come on, what was it? How did he inspire the team? Okay, so you might remember it's like move fast and break things. Does that ring a bell? So one of the Facebook's key motto and why Facebook moved so fast was that you move fast and break things. And even if how many of you know Sam Altman? I mean, he's in the news for the wrong reasons today, but I'm sure all of you know Sam Altman, right? Last year, he made a statement saying being slow is actually the worst being slow in business is like the worst. And that even corresponds to what Mark Zuckerberg said. He said, standing still is moving backwards in today's world. And in business, when you're running a startup, and I'm going to make an exception saying this is for startups, it probably doesn't apply, to multinationals. If you start documenting things, you will not be able to move fast. There's only so much time you have at hand. There's only so much things you do. And naturally, what comes is marketing. So 5 Ps, sales, what is your COGS? What is your margins? When are you raising funds, etc.? How is, of course, the sector progressing? Technology is changing constantly. So if you look at the startups, it's a very different mindset. So legal is, a cost center in multinational. But if you look at startups, legal is actually even worse. And now coming back and just finishing the loop, that's actually really bad because like Kannan sir was saying, you have to be a sustainable business. If you make money today, you have to make money 10 years down the line and 50 years down the line. And that will not be possible if you are not following the right practices from day one. So it's a dichotomy that way. So you can't move fast if you start thinking about legal and documentation, but if you don't do that, then you won't be sustainable. So just food for thought.
Thank you, Vishwam. Coming to you, Kannan, on something very practical that business managers face. What is the responsibility after the goods have gone out of the control of the manufacturer? Most of you may not have been born, but there was more than, I think, 15 years back, a leading chocolate brand which had issue of chocolate being infested with worms at the retailer end. So the question was, the company has sold a product which was okay. The chocolates had worms. So is the company responsible? That's one perspective. The second, what happens if the product which has an expiry date is sold after expiry by the retailer?
I think it's a very probably it could ignite a kind of a conversation between us. Firstly, the question is to the forum. A chocolate which is being sold by a dealer in Jabalpur. He has sold it to a person, to a small child who doesn't understand much, brought a 5 rupees, gave him 5 rupees, took a chocolate home. And the chocolate, when the wrapper was opened, there were worms in it. Who is responsible for this? According to you guys, the company, the distributor, which is the company's distributor who's contracted with the company to sell the product, or the retailer who is storing the product and selling it to the consumer? One at a time, please. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to challenge you. I'm not giving you my opinion, but I'm going to challenge you. Provocative is my word. I have sold a bar of chocolate as a company to my distributor and have a contract with him that you will store it in an air-conditioned godown and you will keep it in these temperature conditions. And when an order comes, you will supply to them in an ice box and leave it with the dealer. And as far as possible, educate him that it has to be kept in a cool place. I have done my job. In India, in the retail network, you will understand, is that the company selling to the distributor and the distributor selling to the retailer is not the end of the day. The distributor sells it to a wholesaler, post which the control is gone. The wholesaler, the retailer comes to the wholesale shop, picks it up in a good condition, takes it to his store. There he keeps it in sunlight. What happens in a chocolate when you keep it in a sunlight? And this is technical knowledge for half a second. The cocoa butter and the milk butter separates and the milk butter comes on top and it forms a gray layer. It attracts ants. The ants come and they can probably go through the foil because the foil is not so thin, and then you have your problems. Whose mistake it is? Why should the company be taken to court? That is a good answer. We will hold it for a minute. That is the right answer. But before that, assume that the quality is absolutely perfect when the chocolate is being sold in a supermarket. In a refrigerated counter, the consumer picks it, it's perfect. The same batch, the same thing goes to the wholesale, to the shop, and this happens. The quality manager of the shop is responsible. You're absolutely right. But you're talking about a small shop, the guy who has got a turnover of 5,000 rupees per month. What is the quality management that he will do? The only option left is that you don't sell chocolates. Now, is that an option? Is that an option which will be good for you as a brand manager? So the point that, sorry, you want to say something? But fair enough. But the retailer said that what did I do? I didn't do anything. I bought the chocolate, kept it in my shelf, and I sold it. Don't get legal about it. Talk about it purely from a perspective of the retailer. He says, I haven't punctured it. I didn't do anything. I just kept it. It's a problem of the company. They gave me such stuff that the quality, the packaging was not good enough to sustain. No. The company does not do the recipe alone. This is what the first thing that I think when they spoke about the product, they said, you're responsible for defining the packaging so that it can withstand, so that when the consumer gets it, he gets it in a good shape. The promise that you are making to the consumer is that I will deliver it to you in your hand in a good shape. You as a brand manager or a marketing manager are responsible till that time. Now, this has happened without any negligence, let's put it this way. The only negligence being that the retailer did not know that the storing conditions of chocolates is a little bit different. Now, the question is very simple, and I'm asking you this question once again. If the consumer fell sick and he had sued the company for medical expenses, etc., is it right for the consumer to pay? Or you have to say that the company is not responsible, take it from the retailer?
So, according to me, I think the company is responsible because the product was purchased, the company's name was there on the packet. The retailer's name was not there. You bought it because of that company's name on it. So company is reliable for it.
I buy your point. But be practical. As a company, as a brand manager, will you be able to take on this responsibility when your chocolate is being sold in 4 million outlets in this country? You have direct distribution only in 1 million outlet. How can you take responsibility for the other 3 million provided? I'm saying, change a little bit of an environment. The shopkeeper has kept it in a shelf which is damp.
So it was my job to choose those retailers.
No way. No way can you do it. 4 million outlets you cannot choose. Get practical. It is not 10 outlets where your responsibility is there. You're not selling cars. Yeah.
Sir, but again, at the same time, when the retailer says, I didn't know about it, it's his negligence, right?
His negligence or the negligence is on the part of what he said. The information or the training of the employee to tell that this is the way to store it. I'm arguing both ways. I'm sorry about it, but I just want to be
Kanan, sorry, as moderator, I have to step in. I think we could possibly keep discussing this topic till the cows come home. Maybe if you can just close it with a comment and then I mean, you will all, I mean, Kanan is here today, tonight, so you can continue the discussion.
I would say that the person who answered, sorry. Yeah.
With Mr. Murli's permission, I would like to add on a consumer and an advocate point of view to the very thing. From a consumer point of view, I do not know where this chocolate went bad. I took the chocolate, I knew the chocolate is bad. So what am I going to do? I'm going to find deep pockets. Who has the money to give me money? That's first thing. Second, then advocate point of view. He will say, why should we leave anybody? Let us make everybody. Let me make company, let me make dealer, let me make retailer. Exactly. Let them fight among themselves and the truth will come out in that manner also. Because retailer will say, I checked everything, there was nothing wrong. He will say, now the company has good documentation, they can show. We did quality assurance checks here at this stage. This person checked here on this date, it was perfectly fine. We supplied. So there can be no way the company could be attached to liability.
But the question will be, is that what he said right now? Have you trained everybody to sell chocolates? How to store chocolates? If you did not do it, it is your negligence. So just to close it, like Mr. Murli says, the answer, the person who said packaging, he hit the right thing. Did you make a packaging which was conducive enough for the chocolates to be sold in this kind of a environment? If you say yes, then we move on to the next one. If it is a pure negligence of storing, once he knows that it has to be stored well, he has stored it negligently, and importantly, knowing that it is infected, he has sold it. The retailer is that much more responsible. But till the time that he has not shown negligence, the onus will be on the brand or the company. And therefore, when you are designing a project or product, what is the product? How can it withstand the various vagaries of climates, etc., is your responsibility. I have a great recipe for chocolate is not good enough. How can that great recipe of chocolate reach the consumer safely is also your responsibility, is the closing point on this, to a certain extent. Once outside, I'll say yes, but right now let's not say that. But the point I'm making is very simple: is that it is right that the company is being hauled up on these things. I have done chocolates and I know it. Is that it is so easy to run away with this. We try and prevent our sales system from selling these chocolates into non-air conditioned outlets. And we very clearly say that, listen, don't do this. And two, when our salesmen go there, his responsibility is to see it, whether it has dried out, whether the oil has come out, take it back. And if the dealer is not being connected with our salesman, he's buying it on his own and selling it, to a certain extent, we become a little bit vulnerable. But once again, education to the consumer that if it is bloomed, don't buy it. Bloomed is the technical term of chocolates, of the oil coming up. Don't buy it. If we have done all these things, our position gets a little bit mitigated. Yeah, okay, you're not that responsible. So this is something that you have to consider for many things tomorrow. Tomorrow you don't sell chocolates, but you sell something else. You sell the RTD drinks. Why does every pack say if it is puffed, don't buy it? It's not because they only are worried about the quality. It's also because they want to save their skins. They don't want the consumer to buy it. So those kinds of detailing is important. And therefore, whenever you're launching a product, to get the legal signature on all these aspects is a very, very important thing.
So with that, we move to the second P on pricing. We'll also be late then.
Okay, I have.
So in this game, it's always the company with, the party with money that's.
First, the company with deep pockets might have better loss, like you said that. But then also, the company, advocate will also see from a consumer point of view. Let us say consumers consume this chocolate and he has been hospitalized. The bill for that hospital is 20 lakhs. Let's just assume. Now I go to this 5,000 rupees wala retailer will never be able to repay me the 20 lakhs. So I will get an order in my favor, but I'll never be able to enforce it. That is what, as an advocate, I'll tell him. What will he do? He will say, I will go to jail, sir. I do not have 20 lakh rupees. I'm prepared to go to jail. Then what will we say? We will say, okay, do not look at this retailer. Let us go to the main manufacturer who has the money. Now, if the manufacturer has been diligent enough and has maintained, like you said, advocate के time पे last minute पे जाके पैसा खर्च करने से better है कि you maintain your documentation properly, everything properly from day one, then you definitely have the chance to mitigate. Yes, you can mitigate your losses by saying, yes, this is not what we do. From consumer point of view, we try to do justice to him. He has suffered a lot. 20 lakhs is what he has lost. How do I make it? Because he did not have that money. He took that money from some other people because it was an emergency and got himself treated. Now he has to get that back. Otherwise, his life will not be the same. He has definitely suffered a loss. He has eaten a chocolate. He has been hospitalized due to that. Now, who do I blame? I try to blame where I can do some justice to my client. I can't say that advocate blow things out of proportion. They try to do justice to their client in the best possible manner.
Maybe I'll close it slightly differently. See, even if there is a litigation, anything, let me tell you, the business always will take responsibility. They don't look at it, the legality. They look at the impact on the brand at the end of the day. So even if it means that you have to fight for the retailer, you will fight because it's your brand at the end of the day. I mean, how many consumers are going to say, oh, it is retailer responsibility, but it's a good brand. So in majority of the cases, it would be a case where the company takes onus, although it is not legally responsible. The company will go beyond its call of duty in the interest of the brand to sort out the problem, whatever it is, and see that it doesn't recur in the future. With that, we will move to the next second P, which is on pricing. And obviously, the consumer protection law is against any practice of materially misleading the public concerning the price at which a product is sold in the ordinary course. It could be that a product is priced very high, artificially high, because there is scarcity or no other option. Again, coming back to my coffee day example, that's the only coffee shop you have here. If tomorrow they decide to double the prices, okay, I know US students will object, but it would fall foul of consumer law, because unless, let's say, their cost also doubled, input cost, the cost of coffee went twice, milk went twice, then obviously there is a justification. So one is against unreasonably high prices. The other very common thing is bargain price. It must, if there is a bargain price, it must be for a period of time and in quantities which are reasonable, having regard to the nature of the business and the size of business. Typical would be, you would see Indigo, Vistara, they keep announcing, no, that you have for this period, you have the price which will be at a particular price. So you will see, they will say what is the period. And it should be a reasonable quantity, probably 10% of the ticket, something like that, that would be there. With that, Prithvi, I go to you. This section, let's keep it really short. We have to catch up on time. On the key aspects of restrictive trade practice, decipher it for the market, yes.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it on time. So some of the restrictive practices which we all would like to do if we are in a monopoly, but which the law prohibits, I'd like to just deal with each of them in 2 to 3 minutes. Like, for example, you cannot refuse to deal with somebody. It is both anti-competitive and discriminative in many manners. Let us say I am selling some agarbattis, and I tell that I will not sell it to a person of caste X or caste Y. That is discriminatory. Now, going to Competition Act, if you are going to say that I am going to procure material only from one person, that is also anti-competitive. If he is giving you the best price, that is different. That is the reason why governments, whenever they're doing this process, they do through tendering process. right? Similarly, in the market, it is important to have competition, because competition, only when there is competition can the consumer benefit in any manner. If there is no competition, obviously I am going to price things what I like. If I have a monopoly on sale of petrol, I am going to sell petrol for 120, 180, 200, whatever. But if there is no such monopoly, markets are free, everybody is allowed to operate at their own, then this is one. So what examples of restrictive? So the Competition Commission of India, which came through Competition Act in 2007. So this was previously the MRTP Act of 69. It was changed to the Competition Act. So some of the key provisions are anti-cartel behavior. You cannot, if you are some of the 2 to 3 big names in the industry, you cannot collude with each other and say that I will not allow any competitors to come. All right, that is one thing. And refusal to deal, like we just said. And then exclusive dealing. Everybody is aware of this problem with iPhone chargers, which has now changed. Because iPhone earlier used to say, if you buy an iPhone, it has to be a charger sold by me. You cannot use a C-type charger or other chargers. But now the law has changed. It is quite convenient for each of us. We might have 10 different devices at home nowadays, one iPad or a tablet and a cell phone and a MacBook or a laptop. Different things have different charges. It used to be such a chaotic world, and now it has changed because of these, some of the competition laws that have ensured this. And then the next thing is price fixing. You cannot start fixing the prices to eliminate competitors. You have the greater ability. If you are a monopoly or you have greater investment at your hand, you invest them and you are like, all right, until the competition is out, I will sell it at a lower price. Once the competition is out, I will sell it, start it at my price, at whatever price I want to. That is not allowed, because clearly that is something you're doing as part of price fixing. Similarly, market sharing, like I will say north region of India, I will do south region of India, you do, we will not do businesses and each other. This is not mafia, right? You have to do business according to the laws. So, and similarly with collusive bidding, you cannot do these. So these are some of the only overall topics that you need to be aware, that in market the law says competition is best for the consumers. So we will do whatever the law as of today. You need to be aware of what does it talk about. All of this price fixing or cartelization, abuse of dominant position, even that is prohibited. The law does not allow you to abuse your dominant position merely because you're in a dominant position. iPhone saying that you have to use my charger only. No, you cannot be allowed to do such.
So, Prithvi, I have a question for you.
Sure, sir.
Today morning, I was just surfing and I saw the rate of a flight to Ahmedabad tomorrow. Guess what it was? 46,000 rupees. Now, how do we explain that in terms of a competitive pricing or this Competition Act?
So Competition Act is not about fair pricing. It is about competitors, as long as, see. So firstly, there has to be somebody who is has a problem with this, has to go and complain and prove to the court that this is not cartelization of the market. This is happening independently. The software that they use for the sale of airplane tickets is worldwide. It's the same software, but it keeps fluctuating at a rate that is almost unpredictable to any person. So these markets, the outlay that they maintain as of today is that these are based upon seat availability, hundreds of other practices. This has nothing to do with we selling prices higher because there is no competition. Now, it is possible that the Ahmedabad, it might be because you had a single flight. If you are able to prove that from Hyderabad for today, there might be only one flight. If you are able to show that was the only reason that the state denied permission to some other airline to operate to Ahmedabad on the same day, then you can say this is anti-competitive. Otherwise, there is no competition by virtue of the market itself. There's nothing you can do. You're
So
obviously
today, for example, if the price is up only because of the World Cup tomorrow, I as a consumer cannot take you to court saying that yesterday I was buying it for 7,000. Why are you charging me 46,000 today?
I think I have to look up on the
Okay, fine.
I think we will move with that to Vishwam. Sorry. Vishwam, you have a competing business coming with you. You start thinking, how do I retain my consumers? And you think you want to reduce your prices so that you remain more competitive. How far can you go?
How far can I go? I think I think it's more of a commercial decision, and I'll tie into some of what Prithvi was saying. So, I mean, and there've been sort of various business case studies. I'm sure you must have, read about it. Let's pick the Geo example. What did Geo do when it launched?
I was about to ask that question to Prithvi actually. So was it not anti-competitive? So for close to 7, 8 months, Jio was for free. And it actually drove many telecom players out of the market. Was this not anti-competitive? And it was right on our face.
Yes, they
right?
did go to the court complaining of anti-competitive against Jio, but they did not succeed.
Exactly. So my point is
No,
how
they were able to show that this is not anti-competitive because, see, they were trying to show competitiveness with regard to foreign developed countries, where actually the prices when they see. I lived for a year in UK during the set period. I remember that when my parents used to call me from India, it used to cost them 150 rupees. But when I called from UK here, it used to cost me 1 paisa. 1 paisa in Indian rupees. This is not joke. You can check. Like a mobile SIM you will buy a 10 pound, it will last you for a year. 100 rupees used to last in UK for a year in 2015. But the same thing, 100 rupees in India, even for domestic use, it used to be not enough. So what Jio told us, we are not going anti-competitive. We already had laid down these fibers and everything. All these competitors, Airtel and everything, they were using the fibers that were previously laid down by Reliance. So they were like, we were not doing anything competitive. This is a promotional offer and this is workable for us. We are not trying to push them out. They might be because, and they try to show that the pricing put in by these other competitors is not competitive pricing as such. People are not going to benefit. I think that on those grounds they must have.
Yeah, Vishwam, a request to all of you. I think we also would very much prefer the interactive mode, but then we would not be able to cover the topics, all the 4Ps. So it's up to you. You can give us a feedback. We can just discuss one aspect, 1P, and keep discussing issues in detail. Or you just here, we will have a little bit of Q&A at the end, hopefully, where some important aspects, and after that, outside, we are available for further discussions. But my suggestion that for the session now, only the speakers speak, and please speak briefly. Otherwise, we are already 1 hour into the session, close to 1 hour, and we have to close in half an hour, and we've got 2 more topics to go. Vishwan.
Thank you, sir. So coming back to the original question, which was, I have a new competitor in the market. How low can I go on pricing, and what is the legality around that? So strictly speaking, it's not as black and white as it may seem. And law is generally never about black and white. Devil is in the detail. So keeping the Geo example aside, you can go down to the extent you want to with prices, as long as you are not being anti-competitive, number one. As long as you are not hurting the consumers, number two, which played out in the case of Geo, for example. And number three is also about what your market share is and how much of a dominant position you have. And the last two terms is quite technical and quite detailed. If you're not a lawyer or if you don't understand economics, it's not as simple as, understanding what your market share is and what your dominant position is. But for instance, when Geo launched, they did not have a dominant position in the relevant market as per the competition law, which is why they could be free for 7 months or 8 months. And they were not hurting the consumers as well. So coming back to the example, so if there is a new competition and there's a new competitor providing the same services in the product that I do, for instance, I may have to go down on prices, but that's more of a commercial decision. You can be on the wrong side of the law, but there are a lot of technicalities involved in that. And that generally happens in sort of more established and more formulated markets, something like chocolate, something like telecom, something like FMCG, for example. In software, we've not seen that yet play out, especially in India. We've not really seen dominant positions or anti-competitive behavior play out in software or even in hardware to a big extent in India. In fact, if you look at even globally, there have been very, very few cases about anti-competitive behavior for software. And I'm not talking about some of the cartelization and everything where Google, Meta, etc. are being targeted by in the US and the European Union by the Commission. But if you look at slightly smaller but still multi-billion-dollar companies, let's look at CRM, for example. CRM is a classic case. You could put a team of developers together and build a CRM software like Salesforce, like Fresh. Are you all familiar with CRM, Salesforce, Freshworks? Yeah. what is the biggest CRM software in the world today? It's Salesforce. And does anyone want to guess what is their global market share? And they're like a multi-billion-dollar company. They've acquired companies for $20 billion, Slack, and the others. They have only a 19% market share. Freshworks is also a $15 billion company, probably more. Their market share is obviously less than 19%. So tech in that sense is sort of very different, especially when it comes to pricing, and that extends to hardware as well. But one more point just quickly I want to cover in addition to pricing is that competition is good for the consumers, but competition can also be good for businesses. In one classic case I want to pick is if you see, we were talking about advertisements in the last session. I don't know how many of you have seen BMW's latest advertisement that they released. Go check it out. It's pretty fascinating. What they did was they picked up Mercedes chairman who retired, and they show him in his last day, coming back from Mercedes headquarters back to his home. And they put a caption saying free at last, and then he gets to drive his BMW. And they finished the ad saying, thank you for inspiring us with this competitive spirit over all these years, so they could keep innovating. So competition is also good for innovation in a lot of industries. It may not apply to all industries, but it's good for consumer and it's good for innovation. So generally, it's good for the economy as a whole.
Thank you, Kanan. Coming to you again on something practical about the same product being priced differentially.
Yeah. So once again, I think it's a very clear case. You have this bottle of water. Normally what? 10 rupees, 20 rupees here. You go into the airport, the price becomes 100. Justified? Why not? The guy is here when the pan kiosk is selling it, he's paying a rental of probably 100 rupees a month. The guy inside the airport has to pay probably 1 lakh rupees a month. Is it justified because of that? The consumer doesn't care. I'm buying a bottle of water. Why should I pay 10 times? Is the other argument that comes. So how do you resolve these things? So the Indian legal says that, listen, you can't sell the same product for this 2 different prices. They have to be on an MRP. And therefore, we brand managers become a little bit more creative. And we will say, okay, he is selling 500 ml for 20 rupees. I will sell 600 ml for 100 rupees. Arithmetic doesn't work, but it's a different problem. I have to do it because I want to sell it at 100 and I don't have a choice. Is this the way to do it? Should there be a little bit more in terms of, allowance made by the government that the infrastructural cost is high there? Or you get him a subsidy to get his rental lower than 1 lakh into thousands of rupees. That's not going to happen. You're going to have free economy there. So when it comes to these kinds of pricing, there are only 2 alternatives with you. If you want to have a same pricing, I, as a bottler, will be willing to sell. But that retailer is not going to sell. I'm not going to sell it for a 1 rupee profit. No. So what will happen? The consumer will not get a bottle of water inside the airport. Is that a situation to be in? From a government perspective also. So considering all these, the MRP structure that we have as a pricing structure in India, while it is a boon because the consumer doesn't have to pay anything more than that and he's got a complete transparency, it limits us in these kinds of cases. If this water bottle is there available to him and he opens it and puts it into a glass, he can charge anything he wants. Because to which he will say, I'm adding service. What can you do with a slab of chocolate or with a packet of chips? You can't do these things. So they are forcing the consumer, for the manufacturer, to give a product which is different and then price differently for it. But if it is to be sold in the local market, then you have to keep the same price. Now, these are the challenges which we have, and therefore we have to go and speak with them. And therefore the legal guys who are willing to advance your business will give you solutions to it. If you're selling a simple masala kappa noodles, which you're selling at 40 rupees outside, and you want to sell it at 200 rupees inside the airport, there's no way in which you can do it. And therefore, come and give him a different grammage. Easier said than done. The technical guys will throw you out. I have a line which is running at 400 grams and you suddenly want 600 grams. Where will I get it from? So it's not a simple piece of cake. You want that business because the business is attractive to you. At least he's come to listen to me. That's good. So,
This hall it's a permanent abode.
yeah. No, I'm happy that somebody is coming in because I've only seen people walking out. So I was very happy that somebody has come in to listen. So, to a certain extent, when it comes to these pricing issues, either you say that, okay, what I will do is I will keep a price which will, even though I'm making a loss in these institutions, I am more than covered in selling it in the retail institutes. That will make you uncompetitive with other prices who are not interested in selling it in the institutions. In a price structure which is there in other countries, there is no problem because there is no MRP. They all can sell at whatever price they want. The MRP is the other way, minimum retail price. Nobody can sell lower than that. But we have a maximum retail price. So when it comes to pricing and when it comes to this, you have to be very careful. And I think is that it makes sense to a certain extent. For you to be a little bit more creative, have one SKU which is a slightly different SKU. And I think is that if I'm not wrong, that straightforward calculation is also not allowed, that you just make 500 at 10 rupees and 600 at 40 rupees. I don't think that will be allowed.
They use different tactics. One of the tactics they start using is first sale and select channel. So this is not the water bottle that I'm going to sell at the airport is supposed to be sold only in the airport. Similarly in theatre. But when it comes to essential commodities like water, then they say you have to also provide free of cost these essential commodities. Because water is something people might need at any second. So these theatres and airports will give you free of cost water, but the water that private players will sell, they will sell it by saying selections and whatever.
Institutional sales,
So,
private.
okay,
Yeah.
but-
So with that, we move, sorry, to the next
Yeah.
key. On promotion, or the consumer protection basically says that the consumer has the right to be protected against marketing goods, products, or services which are hazardous to life or property. So you would not see advertisements of cigarettes, of alcohol, all of pan masala. You'll only see surrogate advertisements, not the real ones. And also, for the promotion of the goods and services, one should not adopt any unfair method. Some of the key practices they say that are to be avoided: falsely representing the goods or services are of a particular standard, quality, or grade. An example could be organic. Everything under the sun is labeled as organic. It should actually involve an organic manufacture for your. So if you are not, if a part of your process is not organic or you don't have the traceability, you have, right from the procurement, you have to have the traceability. So this could be a sort of more false representation, or the goods or services have sponsorship or approval of some body. Like you would always see the toothpaste ads, like this is recommended by the dental association and things like that. Do they have actually that endorsement? Is it that they send the product for testing there and got a certificate and say it is recommended? The two are different. So, or giving any warranty of performance of the life of the product. Typical would be all the ads you see for vehicle, the mileage. They will say, but they'll make it very clear, this is under test conditions, blah, blah, blah. So it comes with the full disclosure. So, but if this is something you're claiming publicly, then that's again something which you have to stand up to. And also about false or misleading facts disparaging goods or services of another person. This is what you call comparative advertising. And if as long as it is a factual comparison of the facts, it's okay. But we have seen that especially in the home and personal care space, a lot of this comparative advertising takes place. At times, it can be also disparaging. Like some of you would recollect the case of Sebamed. They had soaps, and in the advertising, they compared the Lux and Dove soap that is manufactured by Hindustan Unilever to Rin, which is a detergent part. And how did they make the comparison? Based on the pH value, which is the one of the parameters. And they said that all these soaps have pH around 10. And according to them, the ideal pH level for a beauty soap is 5.5. This is what they said, which was held to be disparaging, because it is not only the pH parameters, there are many other parameters which go into determining whether it's a detergent or a beauty soap. So this is a sort of issue where it can be a case of false advertising. With that, Prithvi, maybe if you can highlight the guidelines for prevention of misleading advertisements. It's a huge topic, but
Definitely.
condensed version.
Should be enough, because this clearly describes what is a misleading advertisement. What the statute states as misleading advertisement is, firstly, falsely describe such product or service. So you straight away say that your product does not do something, but you say that it does. It's a clear statement of false, then it's a misleading advertisement. Second, you give false guarantees likely to mislead the consumers as to the nature, substance, quantity, or quality of such product. Now, one of the exceptions to this is your advertisement, yes, is creative. When it is understandable to a reasonable man that what you are saying is a creative license that he has taken, but he is not representing that to be the truth, and the consumer understands that what he is representing is not the truth, then you are not under problem. That is the reason why most of these car manufacturers, when they're performing stunts, they say performed by experts and all, that not everybody can do this. Similarly, the mileage claims also that they make off-road, on-road, they cannot make false claims. If the vehicle is going 20, you can say 20. You cannot make it 60, because if you tomorrow you will have to prove it. If somebody comes to court and say, no, you are making a false claim, so it is clearly you're going to be held liable. When you are advertising, you cannot do false claims or misleading. Similarly, guarantee. See, if some of the product names have in themselves, we guarantee this, we guarantee that. When it is very evident from those taglines that they are not meant to be taken literally, then the statute provides you exemption. But otherwise, if a common man is misled into thinking that what you are advertising is the complete truth, then you will be under problems. Similarly, deliberately concealing important information is also misleading advertisement. Like if you're selling a mutual fund, you have to tell them what are the risks involved with it. Similarly to some of the other products, you'll have to tell some of the similar with free claims products. Now, a lot of in market, you say you're getting this free, that free. You can advertise as free only when it is completely free. For example, if you're going to say it is free, but transport charges, packaging charges, handling charges are going to be extra. It is not a free product. You are going to be held liable if you say it is free and then you say I'm going to charge extra for packaging, dealing, and all of that. All right. Similarly, you cannot exaggerate what you are. These are some of the main aspects of misleading advertisement and free claim advertisement that I wanted to cover. I think we can move.
Thank you very much. Vishwam, can you highlight the key aspects for prevention of misleading advertisements in relation to children, targeted to children, and also the disclaimers in advertisements? What needs to be taken care of?
Sure. So when it comes to children, there are generally, more specially protective laws, because obviously children need to be protected, right, from advertising, because they obviously can't understand, or they don't have the same comprehension level that adults do. So taking a step back, generally we've seen that advertising in India today has about 13 regulations, of which 9 are mandatory and 4 are sort of guidelines and self-regulatory. And generally the self-regulatory ones are issued by ASCI, the Advertising Standards Council of India, which I know we were discussing in the morning at the influencer session, but I'll also touch upon a little bit of developments around ASCI, but just coming to children first. So what the government is basically trying to do is, put prohibitions and put restrictions and guardrails when it comes to food which are high in fat, salt, and sugar. Terminology uses HFSS, which you must have heard. And there are also some guidelines issued by the FSSAI, which is the Food Standards Authority of India. So there are certain specific provisions, especially there to protect children. So if you are, looking to advertise products which are targeted towards children, there are certain special guidelines and laws that you'll have to take into consideration. And when it comes to disclaimers, I think pretty much most of us know, right? I think AMFI is actually the biggest use case. AMFI is the Association of Mutual Funds in India, which says, if you invest in mutual funds, it's subject to market risk, for instance. And even for IPOs, etc., there are disclaimers that have to be given. And we were discussing that in the morning, in Instagram, if it's a paid content, then it should be made as a paid content, should expressly market, irrespective of whether the brand tells you otherwise or not, because then there are consequences if you don't do it. So, and there's also been in the news, like SEBI is now regulating finfluencers, and they've issued even penalties against finfluencers recently because, that was a sort of gray area. So I think this is actually quite critical. Some areas which are highly regulated, advertising to children, giving financial advice, giving investment advice. If you're targeting these segments as far as, marketing is concerned, there are certain specific laws and regulations which you should be careful of and mindful of. But just coming back to ASCII, ASCII currently is a self-regulatory body. As we know, there are certain members of ASCII which, by agreement between themselves, have basically agreed that if ASCII says that this advertisement isn't legal or isn't correct or should be taken down, then you would do that. But we've also seen in the morning people talking about, the most number of notices sent last year were to Amitabh Bachchan. So, one of the biggest celebrities got the most number of notices from ASCII. So that's, itself speaks of something. So what the government is doing is now they've introduced a new bill. It's still a bill, so it's not a law, called the Broadcasting Services Regulation Bill of 2023. What that will do, if it's passed without amendments in the specific instance, is it will form more self-regulatory bodies for advertisement. So already for the broadcasting sector, and when I say broadcasting, I mean channels. I don't mean your digital, but I mean like, news channels, content, entertainment channels, etc. They already have self-regulatory bodies. For news, it's generally News Broadcasters Federation, News Broadcasters Association, and there's one for general entertainment channels as well. So these self-regulatory bodies will not only look at violations of content, but also of advertisement. And their orders, even though will be advisories, will be slightly at a better footing when it comes to enforceability than ASCII was traditionally. And if companies don't follow the orders of these new self-regulatory bodies under the Broadcasting Services Regulation Bill, then there is an appellate layer which will be formed by the MIB, the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, to which you can appeal and say these orders have not been followed. And then, of course, there are penal consequences from the government when it flows. So that's also something to keep in mind, that there are laws which, these are sort of, currently being drafted and framed, which may completely alter how we look at advertising, regulation, violations, and consequences of that.
Thank you, Vishwam. Picking on the notices to Amitabh Bachchan, Kanan, can you share how consumer protection has impacted the use of celebrities, endorsers in advertisements? As young marketeers, if they have to approach a celebrity, what are the things they need to take care?
That's a very interesting thing, because celebrity advertising is something which I actually personally don't like. But anyway, I'm not there to comment on this. The question is, when you are asking a celebrity to endorse your brand, there are two ways in which you do it. One, he does not lose his identity, which means that he's coming to you as an Amitabh Bachchan or as Madhuri Dixit or whosoever. He's not enacting a role, which means that he's not acting like, say, some Ramu or somebody, and that is a different one. But when he is using his own aura, own charisma to endorse your brand, what is the first feeling that you want to leave with your customer? Is that he is actually using the brand. And he, a person of a discerning taste, is saying that this particular product is delivering this particular. You as a consumer are totally buying into it. So when you are asking for that particular commitment from the celebrity, you need to get that in your dialogue, in your contract with him. It should not be that tomorrow he suddenly goes and says that, okay, I'm doing something else. I'll just give you an example, a very freak example. Kapil Dev, when he was, when he was advertising in the very beginning, he used to advertise for Thumbs Up. And he was a growing cricketer and he grew up and he stopped advertising for that particular product. And subsequently, after some years, he took on Pepsi. At that time, Coca-Cola mischievously pulled out the old thumbs up ad and put it. Now, you as brand managers, how do you react to this? He got really, really upset with this. And he said that, listen, that contract is over. But he did not realize that it's a perpetuity contract that he has said. Yes, he can charge him for it. He can charge Coca-Cola for it, but he cannot refuse the fact that he's advertised. So these are restrictions which come in because you don't want your celebrity to suddenly be nebulous. What are you advertising? Are you advertising this brand or that brand? That's one aspect of it. When you are advertising and you are taking on a celebrity, please always ensure the man of integrity. If that person has got less integrity, stay away. He may be the most popular person at that particular time, but he will come back and bite you tomorrow. Never go for these small, ephemeral stars, because when they start going down, their practices become a little bit questionable. But as far as possible, and today it is evolving, consumers are very, very intelligent. They're going to ask you is that when Virat Kohli stands up and says that buy Seat tire, what does he know about tires? He's a good cricketer. This is in terms of the session that you had previous to this, in which I was talking about advertising agency. I hate that word. I call them communication partners. The communication partners are not wanting to work strongly. They take this easy method. But today, with the kind of number of advertisements that one particular person, be it an Amitabh Bachchan or Ayushmann Khurrana or a Ranveer Singh is doing, I really am, which brand is it? I forgot. Celebrity advertisement is you are lending the identity of your brand also to that individual. And this is not divorceable. Tomorrow you will live or die with it. Always remember this. If you concentrate on a celebrity so strongly, you are going to live and die with his popularity. Something that you cannot do. Sometimes you use celebrity, and the reason why you use celebrity is that when I use celebrity, I need to have less exposures of the ad. So I save some money. The advertisement talks a little bit strongly. But it has got a very, very strong negative side. I know of a brand which went into a crisis. And the first people who left that were the people who were endorsing that brand till yesterday. Now, this is an ethical question. When you walk into, and you as a celebrity walk into advertising a brand, don't you do your homework? You have to do your homework. You have to know this company is good, this brand is good, this delivers. And at the first possible opportunity, if that particular brand ambassador is not standing with the brand, you have to really question it. Celebrity advertising in the world has only worked because it saves on airtime. You have to put less of it. Or until unless it has got something which is directly in connection with what that person does. If Rahul Dravid tomorrow stands up and says that this bat is good, that is solid celebrity endorsing. But when he does a credo, he's only an actor. And you are buying it because you say, okay, he's endorsing it, this company must be good. Think about it, if it is a mutual fund that he's endorsing and that mutual fund collapses, you can't hold him responsible. From a consumer perspective, celebrities is a way to get to recognize that ad, but it should not become overpowered. That's important. The other aspect which I think is that he spoke about, and that is something which I think irritates me and I want to listen to the house, which is surrogate advertising. What do you guys feel about it in 2 minutes? A kingfisher says that I have got a bottle of water. Is he really advertising the water? Today, I have all the liquor brands selling cutlery, glasses and so on. Is that right? Is it ethical? These are thoughts which, but in the end of the day, you say you don't allow me to advertise. I have to put my brand in the name of in the mind of the consumer. What choice do I have? I think is that these are questions, and sometimes I believe that non-ethical things are taking over in terms of these, and we have to be careful about it. As a friendly advice, surrogate advertising to a certain extent of things which are not supposed to be advertised is wrong. When we are saying it is not supposed to be advertised, it is not because I'm against the company, it is against the product. I don't want that product to be advertised for people to consume it. So how can you even allow surrogate advertising to it to a certain extent? I don't know your views on this, but I feel strongly about it.
I think we'll go for views later.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I just to update you another development which is there. The Consumer Authority is there, which has published draft guidelines for prevention of dark patterns, which should be getting notified soon. You're all aware of dark patterns? So for those of you who may not be fully aware, they are practices or deceptive design patterns using user interface, UI, user experience, UX, interaction on any platform designed to mislead or trick users to do something they originally did not intend or want to do. Subverting or impairing the consumer autonomy, decision making, or choice. And I've just picked up a few which you will all relate. What are the sort of things they are covering? Issue of false urgency. You go to a travel site, want to book a hotel, you will normally find only 2 rooms left and 30 people looking for it. This is a false urgency. Or basket sneaking, they call it. Like you go and book your air tickets and the travel insurance is automatically added. You have to actually untick it if you don't want. So this is a sort of practice which will be looked down upon. Then confirm shaming. What is it? Like you don't want, you can be asked, you want the travel insurance or not? But it's not, doesn't say yes or no. You'll have to say, I will stay unsecured. I mean, travel insurance secured, I will stay unsecured. Or interface interference. You will see a cross icon that comes up on the top corner of the pop screen and leading to opening of something else rather than closing it. Or bait and switch. A seller offers a quality product at a cheap price and you say, oh, this is it. And you go and you want to buy it. Oh, sorry, no longer available. And they'll offer you some other product of a similar type. So some of the things that are sought to be brought, as I said, the developing nature of business with e-commerce and these things developing very fast, I think with this is coming in. So with that, we move to the last P, which is the placement and basically the consumer protection law gives the consumer the right to be assured to the extent possible, because it's not made possible everywhere, access to variety of goods, products and services. So you have a basket that is there. And Prithvi, what would be the boundaries for offline sales?
So with the advent of this online sales and everything, what we are seeing is the reduction in offline sales. So the first question from a consumer or from a legal point of view, what Mr. Murli put to me is, what were the boundaries that you can see? Now, there are both advantage and disadvantage. Like, for example, in an online sale, when you are doing, you have the entire documentation. Both the company has the documentation and the consumer has the documentation. When did he purchase? What? How many did he purchase? So the company will have the batch numbers of the product that was dispatched. If you buy something from Amazon, you have that receipt perpetually. Right. So you bought it from this seller. So you bought it from an authorized person. So you're at an advantageous position. But at the same time, at offline sales, there's the trickier consumers. What do you say, not an unreasonable consumer. He could try to put blame. So where documentation, it is very much more difficult both for the retailer to keep documentation. He cannot keep tab of each chocolate to whom did he sell. Did I actually sell it to him who is filing the case, or did I sell it to somebody else and then he gave it to him after storing it for a couple of months in some unsafe situation, and therefore he suffered and he's coming now to me? And it will be difficult for the retailer, right, in this scenario for an offline sale. So offline sale, you need to be aware of general rules that are applicable, like quality and safe packaging, standard of weights and act, essential commodities act. All of these will be applicable, and all of these are very easy to enforce also in a day-to-day basis. But on the off chance of some of the cases, it is much more easier in an offline sale to avoid liability for the consumer from the seller's point of view. From the buyer's point of view, he could exaggerate his case and put in things that were never there. So undoubtedly, even when you are doing offline sales, you'll have to take the same licensing permittings. You'll have to do age restrictions when you're telling some of the age restricted products, or advertisement standards. Also offline advertising you are doing, what are the advertising that you are doing. You keep a record of all these offline sales that you are doing. You're going to be protected the better your record is. The first topic what we came, keeping your bookkeeping and records. The worse it is, the more you are going to suffer at a later stage. In offline, it's even more, I would say. I think that's it. Whatever.
Thank you. E-commerce is something which is very fast growing. All of you are aware of the models, but still maybe you have the market, basically two models, the marketplace e-commerce entity, which basically provides the information technology platform on digital or electronic network to facilitate transaction between the buyer and sellers. Examples could be Amazon, Flipkart, Big Basket, and so on. The other is the inventory based model, where they own the inventory and sell such goods directly to the consumer. It's basically D2C. Examples could be various corporate websites which sell, or let's say all the airline tickets they sell. With that, Vishwam, can you please highlight the key aspects of the consumer protection e-commerce rules?
So I'm going to try and see if I can make this interesting in terms of, so I've been asked to cover the obligations of marketplaces under e-commerce rules. And when it comes to, placement, what are their obligations? And I want to understand how many of you have actually seen this. So I'm going to quickly go through a mundane list, but let's see, you have to raise your hand if you've actually seen it. So pick any marketplace, Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, Swiggy, Zomato. And I'm going to go through things that you should have seen when you bought it. If you've seen it, raise your hand. If not, keep it down. Okay. So the first heading is description, images, and content should be accurate. Less than 10% of you.
It might differ.
It might be. Might differ. Yeah. I was just going to come to say the second thing is it has to correspond to appearance, nature, quality, and purpose. Do you think that? So all these are violations of e-commerce rules then, essentially. The third one is the seller. So like Murli sir was mentioning, these are marketplaces, right? So there's a seller and then there's a buyer who's the consumer. Have you seen sellers address, customer care number, and rating generally? How many of you raise your hands? How many of you have seen all three? No address, no customer care number. I think this is an easy one. The payment methods and the accuracy of those payment methods. No? No hands? There is accuracy? Can't hear you. So 99% accurate. Okay. And what about the price? Do you find that there's a single price? So one of the obligations is it should be a single digit, not handling fee, surcharge, packaging fee. But when you're buying it, you see that single price, or when you actually get to the last step, you get to realize. So clearly, we're establishing that everything is a violation as per e-commerce rules. Convenience fee. I mean, whether it's right or wrong, I can't say, but the law e-commerce rules basically says that it should be a single digit upfront when you're making the purchasing decision. I mean, it's happening. So I'm guessing there are some decisions which have said it's legal. I mean, you can always get lawyers to do creative interpretations. So which is why I think is generally oddly accepted practice that there is.
We can debate, like, to make the point, the price.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's how they justify it. Absolutely, yeah. So they say, this is the absolute price and this is the breakup below it.
Okay, sorry, I interrupt here. I've been just told we are running out of time. So to Kannan for the last word, basically here we are talking about placement of goods. That is the company and the manufacturer making the goods available to the consumer. But it's the reverse also happens where the trade associations or the distributor associations may boycott your product. So how do you see that? And what can you do?
It's not a discussion right now. But you have to be, this place thing is the basic strategy for a brand. Very, very important. It all depends upon what you want to sell. The consumers need. If you have an infant formula, very sophisticated formula which is not available, it makes sense to put it on performance. But it does not give the right to charge anything for same margins that should be allowed. You should not be paying an exorbitant price just because it makes availability.
Thank you. Thank you, my fellow panelists. And I have to really apologize to all of you for being very rude, but we had to get it on time. And thanks to you all for your wonderful participation. As I said, except for the P, the three of us are available. So after your session, if there is anything you would like to discuss, please feel free.
We are not done. Yeah. This was surely a thought provoking session. I thank all the panelists and our moderator for such an enlightening session. Now I request Pragati to present a token of gratitude to Mr. Murli Balak Subramaniam. Now I request Kushi to present the token of gratitude to Mr. Vishwam Jindal. Now I request Gautam Solanki to present the token of gratitude to Mr. Balan Kannan. Now I request Akansha Yadav to present a token of gratitude to Mr. Prithvi Reddy. This marks the end of our third panel discussion.
Now we will have a quick tea break. We request the students to move out from the left exit. We also request all of you to reassemble within 5 minutes for yet another exciting session.
Chat puja break. Everyone, please be seated. वीडियो लिए थे तो क्या करो
Thank you. Check, 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 check. Sure. Yeah, if this, yeah, then they can see the screen, right?
Welcome back, everyone. I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Prateek Das, the Associate Director at Xiaomi India, for the keynote address.
Uh, Thank you. Thanks a lot, everyone. I know you have had a very, very long day today and a lot of panel discussion that have happened. I'll take you through a very interesting journey of Xiaomi and how we have grown from almost nowhere to the most loved and trusted smartphone brand. And to just So, quick introduction about me. I've been with Xiaomi for the last 8.5 years, done various kind of roles in the company. Currently, I head marketing partnership, alliances, software and services. The last ringtone that just played is the ringtone that you hear everywhere, right? And to be honest, I'll just share a small story there. When we were making an ad film, uh, the team was sitting in a room and we were brainstorming. And Kiska Baja idea actually came from everyday experiences that you see. Because if you go in a bus, you go to an airport, you hear this ringtone across. And that's where the Kiska Baja angle came and we made that ad film. Moving forward, yes, Xiaomi. I know you would be thinking the correct pronunciation of it. A lot of people say Xiaomi, Xiaomi, and a lot of very, very different pronunciation that you'll hear, but the correct pronunciation is Xiaomi. The most easiest way by which we've been seeing people to remember this is show me the money. Xiaomi and show me the money. Moving forward, we stand for mobile internet. The company was founded in 2010. We strongly believe in innovation for everyone. As a tech company, it's very critical for us that technology is accessible to everyone. Just like a lot of competition companies, we never want it to be limited to a certain audiences, but it should be available to everyone. 13 years ago, 2010, we started our business in Beijing, China. On the left side, you see our leadership team, and in the center of it is the innovator. His name is Li Jun. He's the founder of Xiaomi. He had founded multi-billion startups before starting Xiaomi. And Xiaomi is the only company that started without any hardware product. The first thing that we launched was our own OS called MIUI. The reason why MIUI became very popular was it was one, very easy to use, super easy to load in any of the smartphones. The phone that you see is actually a HTC phone, where one of our fans has side-loaded MIUI. 1 year down the line, few of the fans who we believe give us a lot of feedback told us that why don't you make a smartphone? So that's how the transition happened from a software company to a hardware company. This is our first phone. In 2011, we launched our first phone, which is Mi One. Can you guess the value? How much value revenue we got from this phone? Any guesses? Any number? Sorry, 200 crores. Okay. One more. 80 crores. Okay. 1 billion. Okay. The number is actually 500 million RMB. If equivalent of Indian rupees, it's around 5,000 million INR. This is the crazy demand that people had for our smartphones. And to be honest, we started making smartphones because people wanted us to make smartphones. Xiaomi as a company, since 2015 has been scaling globally. We have had extreme growth from 2015 to 17. 2019, we refined the whole global strategy because today we are present in 100 plus markets. So we defined the strategy. 23 and onwards, we are looking at solidifying our stand in the smartphone business. And today we are the third largest smartphone maker globally, present in 100 plus markets, 1,000 plus Xiaomi store overseas, and the base of it is our OS MIUI. Today, MIUI has 606 million users across globally. It redefines your users and how our users connect with the phone. Again, one more important thing is building a brand value. Today, anybody who buys into any product looks at a certain brand value. As Xiaomi, we are BCG's 50 most innovative companies of 2023. We continue to be in Fortune 500. We are also part of the Forbes Global 2000 list. And like I keep saying, our users are at the heart of everything. We started the company because our users wanted us to start a smartphone by which they can use MIUI. Like we call them Xiaomi fans. They are basically tech enthusiasts who love the brand, who want products that can change life, and at the same time, their experience. They give us feedback, we then change the products. We have a very strong Xiaomi community based globally, 18.84 million registration and 1 million daily active users. So there are 1 million daily active users on the community asking us questions about tech, giving the feedback. So we believe staying connected to the users is what differentiates us. Again, one more very ambitious movement, and I don't know if you guys saw the news 2 days back. Uh, the Xiaomi car design got leaked, and it was trending across on Twitter. We look at making EV. Again, getting into EV, we are the only company which has moved from software to hardware and now to EV. That is the long-term vision of a founder, and hopefully in 2024, you will be able to see the Xiaomi EV car. And how are we able to do it? We have more than 33,000 patents globally, and that is what differentiates us in the environment of tech. Again, just like we are a big technology company, we bring in a full smart life solution. And I have a quick video to show that. Uh, just like you saw in the video, Xiaomi is all about simplifying life. You saw so many interconnected devices. You saw elderly person. He could easily, without moving from his chair, could open the door. He could see who's outside. Because he was sleeping, the smart light dimmed itself, and it is because of the whole ecosystem that we have. And this is a very interesting number. Connected people and technology. Basically, we are connecting people and technology. Today, we have 654 million plus AIoT connected device. And just for all of your understanding, this is not the regular connected devices like a smartphone, tablet, and laptop. This is apart from that, the AIoT business of Xiaomi is so big that it connects a lot of products than apart from your regular ones. Investing in technological development, today we are able to have so many ecosystem companies, so many technologies, so many products, is because we keep investing in this ecosystem. This ecosystem keeps leveraging us, helping us in getting a lot of new products. And yes, first you saw technology, you saw software, you saw hardware. Now you see the smart home. When I say smart home, all of these products are connected to each other. They can talk to each other, make life super simple and easy. Whether it's a smart TV, whether it's your robo vacuum cleaner, whether it's your air purifier, your kitchen appliances, whether it's your personal care devices or your smart devices. All of them make your home smart and make your life easy. And the best part is all of these work flawlessly with Google, with Alexa. And all of this is controlled by the Xiaomi Home app. And the Xiaomi Home app is basically used by 82.9 million monthly active users. These are the people who use this app to control all the smart products. Again, coming to Xiaomi's core philosophy, you get the best specs, highest quality at a honest pricing. Back in the day before 2015, before we entered the Indian market, there was a lot of products that came in from outside. The quality was very bad. It was not durable. There were phones which had 8 speakers. 8 speakers don't solve any purpose. But then the failure rate was very, very high. We came and changed that, where we brought in the best specs with the honest pricing. Like I keep saying, there are 2000 plus smart hardware and lifestyle products that we have in Xiaomi. And honestly, I also don't know the 2000 products. Every time I go to Beijing, I find a day to explore them and know what are the new products that we have launched. Coming to the most interesting part is Xiaomi India. Xiaomi India started in 2014. It's just 9 year old. It's a very, very young company. I was lucky enough to join in the first 5. And this is an interesting trivia. You see a lot of those classic legends that I can say in the industry. And this is the number of years they've taken to achieve a 50 billion US dollar revenue. Any idea how much Xiaomi took? Any guesses? Okay. One more guess. 4. Okay. Right answer is 7 years. So in just 7 years, we reached a milestone of 15 billion US dollars. This is our first office, hardly of this size. Even this dice looks huge when I compare it with our first office. Very few people, a lot of dreams. And every time we used to meet somebody, they used to say that you're talking in millions and billions, but your office is so small. Is some Ponzi scheme going on? We used to say, no, it's not. And we've been very happy that we had the right people who joined us initially. The team kept growing. Uh, I'm also there in the picture, but it might be a little difficult for you to recognize me. I look a lot slimmer back then. But yes, the team kept growing. The first sale of Mi 3 in India, that's the first device that we launched in India. We had a very simple business goal. And even before I get to the business goal, a lot of tech CEOs, a lot of giants in the industry told us, why are you even going online? Phone business is offline. You have to go to a store. You have to invest a lot in marketing. We had none. We said we will take the online route and see how the business grows. Uh, a lot of CEOs whom I personally respect told us you'll shut shop in 2 months. You guys will not have a job. So we said, let us take some small steps and see where it goes. So we got a very simple business model, 10,000 units of Mi 3. And you know why 10,000? Because our Facebook page had 10,000 fans. So we said at least those 10,000 people will come and buy the phone. And what happened next is history. Flipkart crashed for the first time ever. The CTO, the team, and everyone went bonkers. Can anyone guess how many people were trying to buy those 10,000 phones? Sorry, please. Any 1 lakh? Okay. Okay. Yeah, the answer is 1 million. 1 million people turned up to buy just 10,000 phones. And that's the reason why Flipkart crashed. And today we are India's most loved smartphone brand across smartphones, across smart TVs, wearables, and power bank. This is the exponential growth that we brought into the market. These are the numbers of smartphone that we sold quarter-wise. If you compare 2014, it was just 100K. By 2018, on a quarterly basis, we were selling 11.7 million smartphones. So big number that was never thought of, never imagined also. And that's how we brought in the tech revolution in the country. The other bit, we are the third largest e-commerce platform in India. I hope most of you would not know this. Obviously, the top two giants being Flipkart and Amazon. The only difference is me.com only sells Xiaomi products. It does not sell any other product. In spite of that, we are the third largest e-commerce brand in the country. This is our first Me Home. Like I said, when we started our business, a lot of CEOs said, why are you going online? You should go offline. After almost 3 years into the business, we said, let's try the offline side of things. And we were doing very well in online. So we went to meet the MD of Phoenix Group. We said, Phoenix Market City is a very big mall in Bangalore. Why don't you give us a space? First, he did not meet us. He said, I'll not give you a store space. He gave us a basement store space, hardly 500 square feet. We were all very sad. He said, you'll only sell 10 phones. Why will I even give you any space? It's like waste of capital for me. And what happened next will blow your mind. 10,000 people turned up to buy phones on that day. We did one single business of 5 CR. One regret I have during that time, if we had applied for a Guinness Book of World Record, we would have definitely got a record on that day. And this was just the beginning. We went forward and created one more history. We became India's largest exclusive brand retail network. And to give you some number perspective, we are 44% bigger than Samsung in terms of the exclusive channel, 48% bigger than CCD, 108% bigger than Domino's. And to just give you the scale, all of us know Bata stores. We are 117% bigger than Bata. These are the numbers that we have, which started off with us not even getting a store is Phoenix Market City. And the best part that happened is the MD came back, gave us at least 5 stores across, and he said we should definitely do a sharing business model. So it was in itself a lot of motivation for us to start the offline business. We continue to be the #1 quality brand. Without quality, in our industry, the field failure rates used to be crazy high. We came and changed that because India is a very, very cost-centric market. People go after value and they want to use devices for a longer period of time. And we changed that. We got in great quality products at a very honest pricing. We are the only brand in India who has ISO 9001 and 14001 accreditation. One of our key plays that we believe has helped us is Make in India. Moving forward, Made in India, Make for India is what we believe. And we started this much before it was a trend in India. We were one of the torch bearers of that. Today, we have 11 factories across different states with a lot of manufacturing partners. And 99% of our phones are made in India, out of which majority of the components are manufactured and sourced here locally. A PCBA, which is your motherboard, which is almost 50% the value of the phone, that is also locally sourced. And to give you a perspective, we are one of the first companies who got in 50 global manufacturers to come to India and set up the business. And we were closely helped by the Andhra Pradesh government, where we set up our first manufacturing plant. And the kind of 75% of local sourcing happened because of that. And 100% of our TVs are made in India. And that's why we are the #1 smart TV brand in the country. Today, we are 60,000 plus people across our factories, across our different offices. And it gives me immense proud moment to share that 30,000 of our employees who are working in the factory, 95% of them are women. And when we did this, we made a small film where we said how somebody's life changed after they started working with us. The kind of change that we could bring in also garnered a lot of attention from Mr. Modi. We are one of the few companies that he met personally and applauded. And like I said, this was much before it became a trend in India. We were one of the first guys to make in India and manufacture and give employment to a lot of people. Again, this is a very, very interesting topic, that how Xiaomi became #1 without spending a lot of marketing dollars like competition. So obviously you would know the 4 Ps of marketing, right? What are the 4 Ps? Okay. So for Xiaomi, the 4 Ps, 1 P was very, very critical. And 1 P stands out when compared to the others. It's the product. The product is something which differentiates us as a brand. And like I keep saying, if your product is good, consumers will ultimately come to you. Today, we have majorly 5 product categories at the Xiaomi side of things. We have the Xiaomi Mix. This is the fold device that we have. It's one of the best in the technology sector compared to any competition. Then we have a Xiaomi flagship series, which is typically your best camera phones that we have. Then you have the Xiaomi T series, followed by the most popular Redmi Note series and the Redmi Number series. Not only this, as a tech company, we have ventured into a lot of technological advancement. We've made a Cyber One robot. And again, this is a robot that works. We have AR glasses. We have the CyberDog 2. Just imagine 10 years down the line when all of you are outside India working somewhere and your parents need some surveillance at home. These kind of smart products will make your life easier. This acts as a companion for them. Like I said, we are taking the vision forward. Our Mix series, our Fold series is one of the vision that we have where technology brings in that change for the end users. Again, like I said, we believe in innovation for everyone. And this is the whole ecosphere that Xiaomi has. Xiaomi today has smartphones, has wearables, has smart living, smart manufacturing, autonomous driving, and humanoid robots. We are far ahead of the competition, far ahead of companies like Apple, who have a limited scope, be it your smartphone, wearables, or laptops, right? We are much, much ahead of that. This is one key partnership. Just to give you a little bit of idea, Leica is the legendary lens company which has been in the lens making business for more than 100 years. And they have been making the best. Second. So they have been in the business of making lenses for more than 100 years. They are the legendary lens company. And we have had a strategic partnership to take forward the whole messaging of smartphone photography. And not only this, we launched Xiaomi 13 Pro last year in India, and globally we also launched Xiaomi 13. What strategy did we apply? You would have not seen any brand ambassador for this. What we did is we called in key influencers from tech, 100 of them, explained them what a Leica camera is. If you see, the most affordable Leica camera is around 2.5 lakhs. Even a binocular of Leica is 1.7 lakhs. They have only one store in India, and you name it, all the biggies follow Leica as a brand. And what we did is we made the influencers know about what a Leica technology is. We also took them to the factory in Wetzlar where these lenses are made, so they could again experience it firsthand. And that helped a lot in the overall messaging. And what differentiates a Xiaomi 13 Ultra is the whole story of a semicron lens. What is a semicron lens? It's very, very simple. Lenses control the amount of light that goes into a smartphone, and that controls how the photography will be. And I can guarantee today, Xiaomi 13 Pro's camera is far, far ahead of the competition. This is one quick video.
What you see here, we feel like science fiction. But this is not fiction. This is technology. This is where smartphone communication performance is tested. Stream on networks are tested here. This is smartphone. It simulates the effects of electromagnetic radiation online. The imaging expertise by remote. And in the chamber, exploring the limits of human hearing, vast magnetic and light conditions. Read the best for displays and challenges. You are relenting matters. Focus and dedication, wisdom, and craftsmanship just to exceed your expectations. This is the purpose of the 11. These are Xiaomi laboratories. This is Xiaomi technology model.
So like you saw, we are investing a lot in technology. Today, most of our labs do these kind of extensive testing so that you get the best products. Again, one of our biggest supporters, more than influencers, have been Xiaomi fans. They are our users. They believe in the company. They give feedback, and we change products according to their feedback. These are some of our fan events that we do continuously, and you'll be surprised none of them are company funded. Uh, every month, they at least meet twice on their own to discuss about technology, to share the feedback. Obviously, we have our representatives who support them in terms of being their presence, discussing with them on tech. And today we have 22 plus Me fan clubs across the country. All of them are very big, diehard fans. They keep on sharing the feedback, and we take in that feedback and make our products better. One other thing which is very close to me personally is social responsibility. This was one function which I was leading till last year, and I set that up in from scratch in India. Not only doing business is important, but at the same time, helping the society at large is equally important. And I'm very proud to share Xiaomi India has always been in the forefront of helping the society, be it a cyclone in the eastern side of the country, be it planting trees with Isha Foundation. We planted close to 1.8 lakh trees for our 5 years of existence. So for every day of our existence, we planted 100 trees with them. We created uh, we created 2 Guinness records while doing one of our CSR activity. So the picture that you see was done on Children's Day. The whole mosaic is made out of notebooks. This is the largest mosaic ever made out of notebooks globally. This is a Guinness record. And we donated all of that. So both of them became 2 Guinness records for us. COVID-19 came in, a country went through a lot. We made sure that we were there in the forefront, helping a lot of people. We started a fund where anybody could come and donate to support a lot of COVID affected families. We donated masks when it was not available in India to different state governments, and you can see all of them responding to us because these are very, very genuine cause that we believed in. We also donated a lot of ration to wage laborers who were affected the most. We came and partnered with Teach for India, gave close to 2,500 smartphones to students so that their education doesn't get affected. We also made sure that our frontline COVID warriors are also taken care of. We created a separate fund by which we could help them out. And not only this, we partnered closely with Sood Charity Foundation, put in hands with Sonu Sood, and made sure that we not only did scholarship for kids, but also helped them with a lot of smartphones. Moving forward, we also gave away scholarship worth of 2 crore during COVID and created the world record for the largest lamp of hope. You saw everything, it was upward moving, everything is so goody and stuff. Life is not like that. You see a lot of challenges that come your way. And 2022 was one such year. Generally, the market forecast is done by analysts, Counterpoint, Canalys, a lot of those analytics agency. So they said the market was growing really well, and the market projection is around 180 million smartphones. But actually, the market was 143 million. So there was surplus of millions of smartphones in the market. Not only us, but a lot of smartphones, smartphone companies went through this crisis. And from number one, we came down to number four. It was a very, very difficult time. And as a startup at heart, we said we'll have to change our strategy. The strategy that we changed it from being India's number one smartphone brand, we needed to shift to being India's most loved and trusted smartphone brand and AIoT brand with a very sustained growth. Because see, without any foundation, without profitability, no business can exist. And with that, we had a very clear focus area. Before 2022, we had 24 products in the country. People were confused with so many portfolio products. We made it very, very lean. We created a very good channel harmony because there's always a tussle between online and offline. Focus, obviously, great telco partners like Reliance Jio and Airtel had made 5G a revolution in the country. We said, why don't we make it accessible to everyone? Strengthen our Make in India and obviously the customer experience. Because if the customer experience is good, people will definitely come back. So we launched very limited products, streamlined our portfolio, and obviously democratized 5G in India. So we were discussing what can we do to ride on the 5G wave in the country. And we launched Redmi 12 5G. This device turned out to be the most affordable 5G smartphone in the country. And within 28 days, we sold 1 million devices. It's a huge number when we are going through a lot of crisis time. And because of this, we came back to number two. So today, we are the second largest brand in the country. And like I keep saying, there will be ups and downs, but you need to come back. You need to rise up. You need to change your strategy. And like I said, CSR is something which is very close to our heart. We continue working with a lot of NGOs. We recently did multiple CSR initiatives, and we continue to contribute to the society. One other challenge that personally came to me last year when I moved into marketing was we were a very well-known brand. We never used to spend so much on TV advertisement. You will not see us on hoardings like any other brand. So what could we do to change that, change the brand, make it the brand it always is, the most trusted and loved smartphone? The one idea that came to my mind is we should do an organic fitment. And the best show that I could think of was KBC. It's a legendary show seen by the family together. It's all about knowledge. So what we did is when you do video call a friend, the Xiaomi phone comes into play. And just imagine if we had to do a brand activation of that sort, we would have spent 5x the value of this. And indirectly, Mr. Bachchan became a brand ambassador. Just to sign Mr. Bachchan, you have to spend multi-billion dollars just to sign him. Then you make an ad. Then you spend multiple crores running it. So we found a very smart way of doing this, and we partnered with KBC on this. Again, one more thing for all the Messi fans in the room. We are the regional sponsors for the Argentina team. Xiaomi India is working closely with the Argentina team. And all of you, those who follow Messi, I would say just hold on. There's a big surprise in the coming few months. I hope all of you will like it. And from this, we moved to becoming India's most trusted most trusted and loved smartphone brand. Like I told, your journey will never be constant. If there's a rise, there will be fall. And how you rise up every time you fall will define how you are as a person or as a company. And this is my overall journey. I did human resources in the beginning, and I hired close to 500 people for the company. Today, on the company roles, we have 1,000 people. I had never thought that I will become a marketer. Somebody saw that in me and told, why don't you do a new role? Why don't you join business and strategy? To be honest, I was scared like anybody else. I said, I'm doing very well in HR. Why do I need to move to the business side of things? But then the senior convinced me and I moved to the business side. I learned a lot. I set up the business, made us number one during that tenure, set up CSR. And then last year during crisis, I was asked to take up the marketing mandate. So I have few learnings which I want to share with all of you. First thing, be sincere and hardworking. Wherever you are, whichever walk of life, whichever walk of life you are, be very sincere to your art. Today you are here studying management. Tomorrow you will join a company. Do what your heart says. Do whatever you're passionate about, and nothing can stop you. Second thing, be ambitious and forward-looking. There are always very creative and innovative ways of doing things. I will always suggest have that ambition, have that hunger. Uh, Third point, grab opportunities. You will get a lot of opportunities. Big, small, don't leave them. Uh, for example, if I had not taken the opportunity, I don't think I'll be standing here today and talking to you about marketing. So grab those opportunities in life. And fourth, most important point, keep learning. Learning is a never ending process. Whether you are 20, 30, 40, 50, or 60, learning is a continuous process. Keep learning, keep asking questions, have that hunger in you. And it might take a bit of time, but you will be there where you aspire to be. I have this image which summarizes my last 9 years journey. There are a lot of people I look up to, and I have the privilege of working with them very, very closely. And I would like to end this keynote with a quote. If you're hardworking and seeking to take the grind, ultimately the difficult things will get done. Only the impossible things will take some time. So have faith, have trust. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, all of you. We can take the questions to the CC. We will wrap up today's session. Akanksha, you want to give your... Yeah, thank you.
Uh, Thank you, everybody, for making day one of Abhigyaan a success. As we wrap up the insightful panel discussions and engaging book talk and keynote address of day one at Abhigyaan 2.0, I want to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed panelists, faculties, and fellow students. Your enthusiasm and contributions have made this day truly special. Get ready for another day of inspiration and learning on day two. We have equally thought provoking discussions, expert insights, and networking opportunities awaiting you. Let's continue to explore the dynamic world of marketing together and make day two as well remarkable. See you all bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Sure, sure, sure. Yes.